Welcome on in, everybody. Hello, Flame, Okinawa, Kiwi, Fox, Vex. Welcome on in, my dears. I hope you're all having a lovely day. I think we have some general things to do today on stream before we get into working, but I hope you're all having a great one. And we're also trying out a face tracking method today, which is exciting, a little spooky, I'd say, because, you know, how I had it worked, but now that I want to have a little bit of a different setup so I'm not shrimping all the time, maybe it's better to have this new setup. It wasn't that expensive either. I just got a new phone stand so that clips onto my monitor essentially. And we're also trying out new headphones today, so that's pretty cool. I'm trying to keep them both in, I think. I don't know. We also have these guys to make today. We'll be making Ray, Nixie, and Hoya today. So I have to work on that today, but I think I'll do that after work. After work, I think. Huh? I do really quick. I just want to pick the next set of VTubers for next month because that always takes me a little bit to pick. Let me see. I'm making fan art of the trio. I am. I'm gonna make them into little beans that you can get in the February blind box. But I'll be doing that later today because oh my god, what? You can have them. You might pull multiple. I shall keep quiet. No problem. I kind of want to do cryptid. Next month are cryptid. So we could do like Kiwi sagas. Ooh. Who else? Who else do we want to do that's a bit cryptidy? We could do TT. Cryptid cuddler. And then who else? More spooky people. I need more spooky people. I mean, we could do moon decor. Moon decor's more fantasy than cryptid, though. I need a cryptid. Let me go look at Kiwi Saga's Blue Sky. I don't know if I want to listen to the music right now. Yeah, today is the last day for the January one. Ooh, and then we will be doing other things. We'll do the Halloween. I'm gonna make a little candle bean. Who dat? Who this? This is Kiwi Saga. This is Kiwi. We love Kiwi Sagas. They are doing community art today. We'll do heroic. Then we would do these guys, I think, is the plan. I mean, drunk old T. Oh, that's BOT. That's this little guy. I dress him. Every common one is. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry, BLT. Come back. He's our little TTS pet. I might be giving him a. Stop, bro. This trash can's gonna piss me off. Go away. Why is it throwing him away? Don't. Stop. Please. Why does it keep throwing him away? I'm going crazy. Okay, wait. What's happening? Why are we throwing my boy away? Why? Stop it. Okay. Sorry, I didn't make the list this weekend. I was too busy, but I have a few important ones I just pulled out of my ass. No problem. I don't think I finished the SCP list on my end either, maybe? Or did I? I might have. I think these are the 4 that we've read. I think. Yes. But it's no sweat. It's no sweat. It's always something fun we could do on Fridays. So it's not like a huge rush. Vocal stim, you got it. Friend.
I like chocolate.
I like chocolate. I like that. It's from the home of imaginary friends.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? I like chocolate.
I love refrigerators.
Oh my god. Okay. I did not expect that one. I love refrigerators. Alright, so I'll keep that open just cause so I can remember. Did I get a 3 for 1? I think it did. Typically it's a 2 for 1, but I think I might have pressed it too many times, but that's fine by me. I'm fine with more vocal stims. Ignore the DM low. Okay. I'm trying to think. My brain is like dead. I haven't set this up yet, bro. Uh-oh, I forgot. I forgot that I may have to connect my other computer. I should probably go eat breakfast. Yeah. Yes. Probably. Okay, Google. I have to add this to Bluetooth now. Add device, Bluetooth device. There we go. Is my face tracking okay? Hello? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are we lagging? Boober? Oh, okay. Are we okay now, computer? Okay. Seems like we are good in the hood. Alrighty. Oh, just like you. Oh, do I have to relog into this? No, it's fine, apparently. Delete. I need to empty my recycle bin, I think. Methinks this recycle bin. Yeah, it's a little full. Yes. God damn. Sorry. I had to wash my shaker cup today. I forgot to get it, I forgot to, fully dry it, so I'm letting it dry, but that means I had to use a different cup for my advancedgg, and that cup ended up being a glass cup with a glass straw, because I don't like big cups with no straw, because I feel like I'm gonna spill it. So I'm sorry if you hear the glass clinking a little bit. Okie dokie. I need an artist for today. Oh shit. Today you don't wash it every day? I don't use it on the weekends. I wash it every morning when I use it. But over the weekend I don't wash it because I don't use it. Because usually I like wash it and then I let it dry and then we're good. But I forgot to do it like before. So I do. I clean up, and then I wash what I need, and then I let it dry while I make breakfast and take care of anything else. And then right before I come sit at my desk, I'll make my advanced GG, and then I'll sit down. And I'm like, good, but I didn't do it first, so it wasn't dry yet. Thank you for the check-in, Orwell. How you doing? Once a month? No, do it more than once a month. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm talking about Skittles today. Right? Do they stream though? I don't remember. Yeah, crazy. I feel like they just do art. They may not stream all that much. Let's do shy. I wanna do shy. I haven't done shy yet. And then we hide the previous week. I want a reusable cup that's shaped like one of those plastic to-go cups at coffee places. Those aren't that expensive. You have February beans? Nah, yeah, I forgot. So later tonight we will. Because the little tree experience is partially the cup. True! That's so true, though. That is so true, though. Because, like, the cup, if you don't have a nice cup, it kind of just feels like it's an okay drink in my brain. But, like, if I have, like, a nice, cool, or cute cup, I'm like, I got a little treat. Hi, Rhino. Oh, come on in. I can't you. Big yawn. And as we'll talk about rocket dusters. If you have a little drizzle, whipped cream on top, ice, and a straw. If you do a little drizzle. Yeah, fancy. I absolutely love Nalgene. They are so goated. Pixels has a Nalgene. He really likes it. I think it's a very, like, straightforward bottle, which is nice. The gauge system between the rails is 4 feet and 8.5 is exactly an odd number. Why is this gauge used? Well, that's because they weighed to build them in England and English. My only sad thing is that, like, Nalgene's kind of expensive. Like, it's a really good, like, water bottle to be a water bottle. Like, no bullshit, but, like, they're kind of expensive. Like plastic, but if you're going, yeah. You can spike the hoe on a car. Yeah, this is very true. Nalgene's very strong. That is fair. It can be, if you freeze it, it'd be like a mini weapon. So who built the old rudder roads? Imperial Rome built the first long-distance roads in Europe, including England, for their legions. These roads have been used. Which everyone used to match or run this around their wagon wheel. There are two attached to the side of the main fuel tank. Those are solid rocket boosters, SRBs. They are made by Theo Cole at their factory in Utah. The engineers who designed the SRBs would have preferred to make them a bit fatter, but the SRBs has to be shipped by train from a factory to the launch site. The railroad line from the factory happens to run through the tunnel in the mountains. The SRB had to fit through the tunnel. The tunnel is slightly wider than the road trail track, and the road trail track, as you know, is the size of 2 horses' butts. Oh, okay. Like 17. Mine cost a tenner. I feel like ours were more expensive, but I think that's because we were trying to get them from REI. I think REI sells them for way more. Hold on. Shit, 17. Oh, there's a bottle of that shit for the last 5 years. Also, horse butt leather is some of the highest quality leather around. It's really? Huh. It's called the Shell Cordovan. Ooh. Oh, these ones aren't that as expensive. I felt like they were more expensive. I don't know. Maybe REI was just hiking them up. Or at least the REI close to my house, because, like, they're in, like, a little shopping center. I feel like everything over there is a little hiked up because they're a shopping center. Alright, I gotta get a rocket ship. Rocket. Oh my god. My brain's so sleepy. My brain's so sleepy. Okay, we'll just get a. I don't like the colors on that one. I like this one. This one's good. Simple. Your new vocal sim. Search. Give me that butt. I want a borosilicate glass water, but if I'm gonna drop it and shatter, that's so fair. Horse butt. I should just look up horse. Maybe one of them will have a butt of a horse. Can I paste it into Canva? Horse. Damn it. Horse butt. Also, wait, what is... Wait, I wanna... Hi, Wombo! Silicate glass. I think I've ever broken an Nalgene bottle, but the lids are only like $3. That's fair. The only time I feel like you have to replace it is if you lose one. Oh. This is cool. Yo, I hope you have a wonderful day, Wombo. I love you. Basilisk glass is a more expensive, but it's likely to shatter from temp changes. Oh, is that a thing I need to know? Whoa! Oh, I'm going. Is it on Blue Sky? You only post on Blue Sky. I'm going to Blue Sky. Blue Sky! Blue Sky. Have a good day. That's so good. Oh my god! I'm a Womble now! Oh my god, this is so cute. Oh my god, I'm a little Womble now. Oh my god. Thank you for making my boobie shiny. This is so cute. I love it. Thank you, Womble. Oh, this is so cute. I love it so much. I'm making this the collab couch picture. Hold on. Isn't my picture in here also a collab couch? Isn't? Yeah. The my server profile image is also another image that you drew. I think that's funny. It's always your drawings. Thank you, Womble. This is so cute. I love how you did the eyes. Borosilicate is what they use by what's used by pirates for measuring cups. My parents still have the same set from 20. Yeah, dude, that shit lasts forever, man. Oh, my cute little Womble. I'm part of the Womble species now. Also, I have to move the chat in my OBS, but I don't know where I want to move it. I want to move it there. I think... Can I, like, move it, like, here? Tide. Only waits on tide. Okay, wait. There we go. We could do it like this, I guess. Yeah, that way I can, like, actually see. Oh, can I not make these quick actions smaller? I can't, bug. Because, like, now with my new face tracking, my, like, phone's kind of in the way of chat. It's kind of annoying. Actually, could I do... Hold on. I can't see. I had to, hold on. Gotta go to the other monitor real quick. Because I can't tell what's happening. Okay. Don't, oh, no. My parents put a ton of Pyrex on and all clad on their wedding registry, and they still look... Dude, that's smart as fuck. I should try to do that. When I get married, I'm gonna try to get... How should I split? I gotta split my OBS differently now. Hold on, I gotta put this on the other monitor. Actually, oh, this would be easier a different way, but it is not. I think this can stay here. Maybe Twitch quick actions can go to the bottom. Hi everyone, you're so cool. Maybe I keep this one here. I mean, that's not the worst, I think. Hi Stripes, welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, I guess that works okay. I mean, beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Okay. This is so cute. I saw one other one and I like the pose of this one. This one's really cute too. But I love how ready to go I am. Oh, so cute. So cute. Okay, I need a horse butt now. It's time for horse butt. Hour after hour, work is never over. I'm looking at my Twitch again. I kind of don't like how I set it up, actually, I think. Do it first, don't make sure stronger. This one can go in here. Yeah, I just need a little bit. Why are you looking at horse butts, Elaine? It's because rocket ships, their boosters are made specifically with a width of 2 horse butts. Because the only way to transport them is by a railroad, and you can only and railroads are made specifically with a width of 2 horse butts. Hello, Tickler Bungus. Welcome on in. How you doing? Once again, love the name. Alright, there you go. That's all I want. Wait, I gotta rotate a little more. That's heckin' weird. Yeah, it's a weird fun fact, but chat taught me and so I'm making a video on it. Thank you for the check-in, Stripes. And you did vibe check? Oh my goodness. I'm being bonked. Why am I being bonked? Background remover. Yeah, awesome, but I need to crop this now. I love her. Okay, wait, make the horse butt bigger. I've been so busy. This makes no sense, but I think that's better. I love the repo meme of this. I love it too. It's so pretty. I like the, well, I guess like some of them are pretty. I feel like a lot of the 3D ones ended up being like really pretty. Okay, that works. I don't know how else I want to do this symbol, but I think this is good enough. I think it's weird enough. Jesus Christ, this horse is veiny. What the fuck? I forget how veiny horse legs are because they're so strong. Kind of scary. David again and again. My brain's so sleepy. Okay. Mono rocket Thursday is just because of horse butts. I mean this. Well. That they are. The size that they are created are due to the size of horse butts to be specific. Specific? Okay, there we go. Well, the size that modern rocket thrusters exist because of horse butts. I feel like horse butts made rocket thrusters. Would it be untasteful of me to make a red rocket joke? I know that that's not technically with horses. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh. Wait. Wait, make. What about probably? What if I did horse butts make red rockets? But if you don't know, then you wouldn't know, you know? Like, horse butts made red rocket. I mean, I feel like if you don't think about it, I think it'll be okay. Maybe. I don't know. I'll think about this one. I don't know. Well, the size that they are. Then again, the short above this is growing more nipples, so I don't know. Yeah. And the one above that, I talk about platypussies. I only had one comment that was like, excuse. So, well, specific, Jesus. Designed around the size of 2. Thanks, Flame. Does being a rocket scientist can make you a horse's ass? I like the horse butts are connected to science. To be more specific, rocket thrusters were designed around the size of 2 horses' butts. Butts. The remarks says rocket thrusters were designed around. I don't like this sentence. Specifically the shape of it, the size of it, not the shape, the size. Roughly 2 horse butts big. But the reasoning is considerably more understandable. Rockets were designed specifically the size of it. So it was rockets, specifically the size of it, were engineered. Oh my god. Hi, SPF. I'm good. How are you? Welcome on in. We're just writing scripts. So specifically the size of it were engineered to be roughly about 2 horse butts big. But the reasoning is considerably more logistical than you might have guessed. Originally, in Rome, when whoa, why you got a new model? That's really shows how long it's been getting on Twitch. I've had the same model Excuse me. For like a little bit now. I just think the last time you were here, I wasn't using it as often. Do you know if nipples grow back? Oh, I don't know. I don't think they grow back. I don't think they do. Nipples do not naturally regrow if they are completely removed or lost due to injury. While small superficial injuries may heal the complex tissue, nerves, and milk ducts from a removed nipple will not regenerate on their own. So no, if you lose a nipple, you can't regenerate the nipple. Let me see. Oh, really? It might look different because I changed my bangs. So I can boop. It was very flexible, this model is. Beep. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, like, doctors can save it. Like, when people get top surgery, they just kind of save the nipple. That's one less painful piercing, or you just don't get a piercing, you know? Why did the English build them? Because the first rails were built by the same people who made wagon tramways and the gauge. Wagon tramways. Thanks for the sense of rationality. I guess back in the old days when wagon tramways were being built, they were the size of 2 horses. Wagon and organic fit smoothly. Too much cramping. I would consider a belly button piercing, but I don't think nipple piercing is for me. The healing process sounds terrible. On God. And when, like, I don't know, with how complex nipples are, I just feel like it's not really worth it. I wonder if there's ever been a mother who's gotten nipple piercings and also have had a baby that they breastfed. Because I wonder if that fucks that up at all, you know? Because I feel like that kind of, like, cuts that ability off in a way. Back in the old days, when wagon tramways were being built, they were made for the size of 2 horses so that the wagon and its organic engines could fit smoothly without too much cramping. These same people that built the wagon tramways would also use that measurement, which is specifically 4 feet and 8.5 inches. 5 inches. Or 2 horse butts to create what were they called? Train rails. Rails? Is it just rails? Railroads. Okay, railroads. Railroads. They are hot though. That's fair. They are hot though. I think it might. I feel like it has to. Train track railroads. All the words. Can you still breastfeed if you get a nipple piercing? Yes, it's generally possible to breastfeed with nipple piercings as the jewelry passes through the base of the nipple rather than blocking all milk ducts. Oh, okay. To remove the jewelry before the breathing for choking hazards. Of course, yeah, makes sense. So it's just, I guess it's if you were to feed a baby, if your nipples were pierced, it would kind of be like when you cover the hose with part of your thumb, I guess. Because it's like not blocking all the ducts, it's just blocking some of the ducts, which I don't really know. I had a lot of questions in my brain happen at once, and I didn't know if I wanted to talk about it. hold on, I gotta look this up. If you a breast while pumping, does it pump faster? Generally, can increase it. Oh, so it does. It does. It works exactly like a balloon does. Got it. Oh, my cat's in my office. Let me turn on her blanket 1 second. Oh, of course, thank you. Like a cat. Yeah, exactly. Like, I was like, but does it still work that way with how our ducks are? I didn't know if, like, it would be the same, like, pressure, equal pressure on out. So that means if a woman were to, like, get nipple piercings, I think the pressure would be higher when you go to, like, squeeze it out, because, like, the nipple piercing, if you still had it in, would be covering part of the duck like a hose when they thumb on it. So painful, not gonna lie. Oh yeah. Thank you for the song request, by the way. I am a shrimp. Do I have a thing for the shrimp mode? Yes, I do. Hello. I have a mustache. Hold on. I want the stick. Give me the stick. Where's my stick? Where's my stick? There we go. Okay. Tell me, a shrimp steamed this rice? I fried the rice, my dog. I'm a fryer of the rice. I can't fry rice right now, though, because I'm working. Shrimp! You're also at the mercy of any adversary with a powerful magnet, because we all got one of those. They're fucking true, though. But I don't know. I guess maybe it wouldn't be too bad if, like, you're wearing a bra on top of it, I guess. I feel like that would be more uncomfortable, though. This one. Did I get the horse butt? I did get the horse butt. Beep. Wait, I gotta flip it. I think it'd make more sense if I flipped it. Bonk. Horse butt. And then I need to make new folders for everything. I like this song, but it's like making me sleepy. There's this thing, there's a comfortable underwear bra. The ones I've tried just feel like they don't match the curve of my torso and want to stab me in the heart. I think the biggest thing is that you have to make sure that you're getting the correct measurement of one. Because I don't super mind the wired ones that I wear. Like, I could wear them for like a full day and I'm okay. But I definitely would make sure that you're sized right, and that if you really, like, maybe it really just is a wire thing and you don't like wires, you can get wireless ones. Or hold on, there is a bra that has the wire on the outside. Bra wire on outside. I think it is like, yeah, it's kind of like this, where like the bra is on like the outside. See this? The wire's on the outside of it. So it's not gonna pinch you first. It's gonna pinch the yeah. Because yeah, it kind of looks inverted. It's inverted, you know. I've seen that. Yeah. I've heard that they're pretty comfortable. But yeah, I wear the ones without the wires when I'm at home because I can't be fucked. I cannot be fucked. As a guy, I find this fascinating. Hey, maybe you have a friend in your life that's like, hey, I want to know these things. Then you can help them. Not the finger pointing stick. Gotta get your point. I do. If you don't know, then how? If I explain it to you and you don't understand, then we're gonna have a problem here. You gotta pay attention when I'm working, okay? Especially on the did you know topics. Did you know topics are here to make you smarter. And maybe work a little harder with that little brain cell, you know? Yeah, if you have a daughter one day, you'll have the knowledge in advance. True. Or maybe a female. Yeah, exactly. See, I'm setting you up here for success. That's what I'm doing here. Is I'm setting you up for. I didn't mean to close that. Because, you know, Elaine didn't know about these things until, like, recently, so. My faves are like those racerback force bras, but they give less individual definition. That's fair. I mean, yeah. If I'm honest, I like the uniboob. I like a uniboob. A good uniboob. I've never heard them be called uniboob, and I didn't know that some women don't like that you don't have, like, a definition at the bottom part for each boob. I don't know. I think uniboob's okay. I don't super mind it. Okay. I need to finish this. I keep forgetting that I need to finish. Railroads. Horses. Spaceships. Okay, back in the old day when wagon tramways. What day? Hold on, sorry. What day is the thing that we're gonna watch? It's on Friday. Oh fuck yeah. Yeah, it's after D&D 2. Let's go. I only know about that stick because I see a dude on TikTok who uses it rapidly tapping the screen, pointing this or that out. Bruh, I love those TikToks. And launching a horse in a spaceship for the thumbnail, I am. Except only the front half of it fits. Only the front half. I was thinking, and now I've forgotten. That's okay. Back in the old days when wagon tramways were built, they were made for the size of 2 horses, so that way a wagon and its organic engines could fit smoothly without cramping. The same people that built the wagon tramways would also use this measurement, 4 feet and 8.5 inches, or 2 horse butts to create railroads. Which is the... Wait, why can't we ship rocket ship parts in the air? Is it because they're too heavy? Rocket ship parts cannot easily be shipped or transported to the air due to the extreme weight. Okay. In a minute. That's fair. I mean, to be fair, that guy probably made his hot book and then fucking left the platform. Because if that were me, I'd do the goddamn same thing. I will blow up on TikTok, get my money, and then just stream for the rest of my life. Back in the old days, okay, which is the way to... Which is currently the only way to move spaceship rockets across intense weight. I need an anecdote for the end. You are staring and a butt could have designed something so crucial. So next time you're staring at a butt, remember, it could have designed a very crucial... Could have inspired... decades ago. Okay. You seen those horse chiropractors who tickle the horse's back with these spoons? What? Horse chiropractor. Videos. I'm so scared of when animals get like chiropractic. Can you send me a video, or well, I'm very afraid. I personally I don't like watching animal chiropractic, even though I know like for some animals it'll definitely help. Because like you can't talk. We can't talk to them. So I like get afraid that they're just hurting the animal. Speaking of, I had to pop my neck. Excuse me. Oh, the Dead Sun Prime video actually went out. What the actual fuck? It's so kind of annoying. Because it missed its target. It missed its target viewing time. And so it just kind of flopped. Which makes me sad. Oh well, it's okay. I wouldn't be surprised if the algorithm is fucked because Oracle took it. Oh wait, no, I did that. Oh shit. Send me back. Send me back. I did. Hello. It's true. Video boop. Boop. Edit labels. Some tunnel media assets. What channel you want it in? You could just post it in chat. I accept links in chat, so I can just watch it by clicking on it. Because I wanted to watch it. Okay, give me. I want to see. What the fuck? Your job is arguably one of the most satisfying in the world. Oh! Was that real? Was that real? I would never stand behind a house no matter how well he's trained. On God! As someone born without legs, I would never stand behind a horse like that. As a stand, I would never let a horse behind me like this. Dude, as a guy who watches shorts, I would never stand behind a horse like that. As an unemployed man, I will never know what a satisfying job is. As someone who's never ridden a horse, I would absolutely stand As a fish, I would never know what standing behind a horse feels like. Dude, these comments are so fucking funny. Wait, can I? Oh, fuck, hold on, wait. You can hear the video. Hold on, let me turn it up. That's so fucking funny. Like, I don't think that's real. That cannot be real. Is that real? The comments are gold. They are. Like, what the fuck? Oh, it's literally me. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Wait, hold on. There was like a tiny little crack. There was like a tiny little crack with that one. If it's possible, it's safe to say we know what happened. I'm begging for this relief. Yeah. I'm presuming it's because like horses only like flex their muscles in a reactionary way. So maybe it's like these horses just don't, because like things don't touch them here often. So maybe it's like a thing is like sometimes you have to touch this so that they stretch it and then they just crack because they're just not using it. Like how someone can easily crack their knuckles or their neck by just flexing it. That's my assumption, at least. In the moonlight. Oh, I don't know. Did someone comment on the first one? As a horse, I would never let a human stand behind me like that. Wait, did someone? I hope to God someone commented that. Hold on. Wait, please tell me someone said that. is it? Why can't I? Gimme. Gimme. Gimme this. As a horse, I would never let. Yeah, okay, cool. Bruh, that sounds so good. Okay, last I find fascinating that horse posture. How it like buckles inwards. It like buckles inwards, so like maybe that's why he's just not afraid of them like bucking him because of the reflex, horses will just buck it like forwards. So like there's not really a possibility for them to go backwards because of it. But yes, very, very topical for horse butts. Thank you. Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot. Alright. What's next? Do I want to do that? I think I want to do this first. As for the wicked. How long are these videos? I don't know. I actually don't know. I'll have to check it, I guess. Casual. Oh, such a fucking hypocrite. Boop. Let's see. This'll end before I get this video out. Yes, it ends on the 5th. Yeah, so the 40% off. Guys, if you want, listen, I am not sponsored. I am not anything to this game developer studio. But let me tell you, if you want a really good co-op Elden Ring-esque game that has crafting and a fun little arena mode that is very much just a roguelike, holy fuck would I suggest No Rest for the Wicked. And it's 40% off right now. Basically half the price. Holy fuck, my streak is at the funny number. Wait, which one? Isn't it? I thought it was higher than that. Also, thank you for the song. Art looks cool. The art is really cool because 69. Oh, fuck yeah. It's made by the people that made Ori and the Blind Forest. This shit has been in development for the last 6 years. They even been in development hell. And finally, now that they've gone indie again, they can just make whatever they fucking want, and it's fucking really good. It's really, really fucking good. It's a really good game. I'd really, really suggest it. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Oh, listen to the album art for this song has a little frog on it. It doesn't show here, but it has a frog on my other thing. But I want to listen to more Bad Bunny. He won an award yesterday. I think was the Grammys or whatever, and he got a good he got an award for it. It was pretty cool. And also, it was so funny. So, Bad Bunny's performing at the NFL, but apparently if you perform for the NFL, you cannot perform at the Grammys as well. And so, people were trying to get him to sing at the Grammys to break his contract with the NFL. Essentially, it was kind of funny. I can't wait till the Super Bowl halftime he's playing. And Green Day is opening. I know. It's going to be so good, though. I hope to God they do a reprisal of a fucking American Idiot, man. That would be so fucking funny. Have you seen that silly fruit hole game? Silly fruit hole game? I don't think I have. By the description that you've given me, I'm very interested, though. Berry, Burry, Berry. What the fuck is this? Put a berry in the hole, pick up the coin, repeat until bedtime. Oh my goodness. The hole grows larger? Huh. Throw fruit in a hole in your backyard, it ends up progressively scaling. I think my brain would go a little insane because this is such a small box. Like Clicky Clicker, I think that makes sense. That makes sense. I just remembered that I redeemed a Steam key. For a accumulator. And it gets bigger. You get a hammer? What do you need a hammer for? What do you need a hammer for? Coverage. Hold on. I want to check something. Can I contact Keymailer? Because I did these videos that they said that I didn't, and it's kind of a like fucking annoyed the shit out of my brain. Past deadline, decide channel any. Okay, let me get the YouTube one. Or the, I don't know. Actually, doesn't really matter. I have been added in Enshrine. What is this? Boop, 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 boop. I have some time. If a specific renovation of what is. Just realize there's some point out they had in over 2 years. Frequent. Kickstarter. Over here. Silly, serious. As long as they are informative, you do like simple QA format. I can Hi Mia! I love Koki. They're like Pokemon. Wait, let me see. Let me see. Don't I love you? Have a good dinner. It's a whale frog. Boop. I like that sound. The sound that it makes is very nice. Yes, hold on. I have to figure out this Keymailer thing. Right. I was looking for the video that I'm... It's the... Which ones do I need? We say him own name. What? Is that part of the lyrics? Hold on. Village Banker, Netherworld, and off. I did all of these and it kind of pisses me off that they're not here. Do I need to talk to help? Guys, tutorial. How long does it take to get a key? Am I guaranteed? General party. Urgent. Hi, I was looking over my keys redeemed page, my keys I'm scaring myself. Oh, I'm scaring myself. What's happening? Why can I hear myself? Okay, it stopped. It looked like a video. Had a few games tagged. What this keys you're talking about? So Boffy put me on this website called Keymailer, where for doing coverage on a video you get keys. and I used to be super on top of this, and then I had like a handful of games that I really liked that kind of like put me kind of set me back a little bit on doing these. Also because I'm gonna be honest with you, 70% of these are fucking AI fucking slop. So, you know, I kind of got like there's some on here that are cool. Like Roots Devour is super cool. The latest Doom game was on here. And so you can get a lot of game keys. But I had some that were like, you didn't cover them, and I'm like, what the actual fuck? Yes, I did. So Netherworld, I need to do off. I didn't create for them within my deadline. I know I did. Will you be able to change those statuses? Netherworld. Hi, Sheppy. Welcome on in. Hello. How are you? Netherworld. Glitchbreaker off. How are you? Where is off? Off. Here it is. I'm at work, so I'm gonna lurk. Thank you for the lurk. I'm spelling it wrong. Okay. I have to go to the bathroom so fucking bad right now, but I gotta get this video in there and then I'll go to the bathroom. I don't want... Can you get... TikTok is overstimulating me. It's... I actually don't know what is playing this. Okay, there you go. Glitchspanker. Glitchspanker was a while ago, though, I'm pretty sure. This is Kletko. Actually, I could find it here, then that would be easier. Netherworld, Kletka, Luck and Loot off. Glitchbanker was 31, so it is much further than this. Beambucks? Okay, give me like 5 seconds. Okay, it's... for some reason, it's not loading. So give me like 10 seconds. I gotta go to the... I gotta grab this video, and then I'll go to the restroom, and I'll also turn on the Beambucks. Playlists. No rush at all. I appreciate you. Bye. And then... where's my... oh, viewful playlist. There it is. Oh, is that how I used to do these videos? Wait, sorry, my brain's just having a bit of a conundrum. Okay. I'll work it now. Alright, so, alrighty. I will... let me go switch that. Oh god, what have I done? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know what I just did to my monitor, but we're fine now. Okay. Oops. 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 I really need to make a thing. I really need to make a button that opens stream avatars. Because I keep forgetting to do that. Because, like, that's the only thing that I open on my computer that's not, like a thing that I really do. Open, like a bash file? Yeah. There you go. App. Stream. I gotta go library. Because there's so many times where like I'm on my other computer and then I want to open it and then I can't because I don't have a mouse on this computer. Because I'm using it on the other one. I heard streamers were making those in Notepad to open all. Yeah. I have one that opens all of them. It's just I don't always open stream avatars because it can be like overstimulating to have them on screen. Like if we're already like doing a lot, like when we're working, it's like whatever. Or if we're playing like a low key game, it doesn't really matter, cause like we're just hanging out. But I can understand if sometimes it's overstimulating. So really taxing if you're making vids. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it like doesn't matter because when I record them on a different computer, it just depends. Is that opening? Is that opening? Stream avatar? Are you good? Okay, it's good. I will be right back. I found a new ring that I really like. I posted in the Discord actually. Yesterday when I went out touching grass, getting groceries, I found this like little baggie of goblin loot. And it had a few rings in it, and it had this like goldfish ring in it. And I really like it, but it keeps falling off my pinky. And I don't really know how, cause like for it to fall off my pinky, I have to feel it. Like every time I put it on and take it off, I can feel it. I don't know how it keeps coming off, cause like it's like the perfect. I don't know, but it makes me happy, so I'm wearing it, and I like it a lot, and I just don't want to lose it, cause I like it a lot. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I love to get out my lows. Oh, my computer's so saturated. I don't know what the true colors are anymore. Cute loot. Yeah, and they had like little pieces of wood that I can make it into earrings. And then this ring was like holding like a little gem, and it was like super cute. And I was like, yee. I feel bad for whoever lost them, but I want them to know if they ever they're probably not here in this stream. I on God do not know anyone outside of myself that lives in Portland. I literally don't know anybody else here in Portland. So you know, if they ever somehow happen upon this VOD, know that they're being taken care of. And I'm not giving them back because I found them in their mind now. Portland. Bogo's Binted. Maine. Portland, Oregon. 65. Oh my god, I feel like the saturation's so high. Yo, really? Never mind, now I do know someone. Let's go, Portland represent. To be fair, I'm like 50 minutes away from it, but I don't need to dox myself. Have you gone to the Rose Garden in Portland? Or is it in Portland? Or near Portland, I guess? I really like that place. It's very pretty. Okay, what the fuck happened? Oh wait, what the fuck happened to my monitor? I think I was on this one. The Arboretum. I have not been to the Arboretum, but it sounds so fucking cool. I want to go to the Arboretum. I want to go to the Arboretum, bro. That's for the wicked. Moon Studios, creators of Ori and the Blind Forest. Comes no rest for the wicked. Okay. Okay, and then budget from Moon Studios, the award-winning creators when it comes to comes no rest for the wicked. A unique visceral action RPG set in a handcrafted world featuring Souls-like combat where every strike matters and every friend can join the fight. Hi Star, how's school? Welcome on in. Play solo or with up to 4 friends in seamless co-op, face monsters and enemies, build your home, and carve your path through a world torn apart by plague, greed, and glory. 56. Think I modeled handsome Squidward today. Yippee! We love handsome Squidward. Goddamn, look at him. Handsome Squidward. Just gotta bonk him with the door a few more times and I'll be done. A unique visceral action RPG set in the hand of a handcrafted world. It's been in development hot second, and the amount of polish it has, considering its early access state, is absolutely jaw-dropping. Absolutely jaw-dropping. And the people being able to... How have you been? I've been good. How are you? I got Jollibee yesterday. It was really good. I got Jollibee yesterday for my roommate's birthday. We went out and we had Jollibee. It was really good. I like fried chicken. Fried chicken. Fried chicken. Online co-op. Co-op. Souls like co-op. They have a Jollibee nearby. We do. Yeah. It's not exactly across the street, but it's like around the corner. Those were only like in the Philippines. Nah, they started opening US locations. I don't know how many are in the US though. Let me look up. Oh, I can't type. Jollibee US locations. Yeah, cause like they opened here, and then I was like, yo, what the fuck? And it was so busy for like so long. Look, yeah, they have 1 in Arizona, 5 in Hawaii, 1 in Michigan, 7 in New York, 7 in Texas, 33 in California, 4 in Illinois. Oh, they only have 1 in Oregon. They have 3 in Washington. Oh, and then we're also getting an In-N-Out, which is fucking sick. A mix of crafting. Okay, that's like way okay. Next time I'm on my side. Yeah. Tell me when you're on this side, and then I will. I'll get you Jollibee. So I have another reason to get more Jollibee. Harvest. Oh, snap bet. Just don't buy $100 worth of chicken, okay? I'll pay for it as long as you don't. As long as you promise not to get $100 worth of chicken. This game has. I got. They have. I get the tender bundle, which is really good. So I would suggest that one, because they also make the tenders like to order, which is awesome because they're so fresh. This game, No Rest for the Wicked, has been in development for a hot second. No Rest for the Wicked has been in development for a hot second. With the amount of polish is actually jaw-dropping. It recently went on sale for 40% off to celebrate its co-op. I'm show you making. I would pull up ask for 100. Dude, I would not be surprised if in the first month of them opening that happened like every night. They were packed when they opened. Let's go. Drooling. How smooth. All the mechanics and gameplay feel. No Rest for the Wicked has been in development for a hot second, and with the amount of polish it has, considering its early access state, it's absolutely jaw-dropping. It recently went on sale for 40% off to celebrate its co-op update, and I gotta play it, and I've been drooling over the art and how smooth all the mechanics and gameplay feel together. Lots of love to Moon Studios, their hard work and love that they put into all their games. I feel like this a bit under the radar, and to make a video to send lots of love to Moon Studios for their hard work and love that they put into all their games. Okay, cool. Want a town building sim? Want a Souls-like with rogue like areas and house furnishing? Then definitely check out No Rest for the Wicked. Okay, that one's done. I have gotten no things for this. I am silly. Trailer. It's like a gameplay or is a cinematic? It's a little bit of both, it looks like. I'll grab both. This one. And then I have to go back really quick because I think I forgot to grab the... I don't think I grabbed the logo, which I need. Save image as. Boop. 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 Oh my god, that's fucking jump scared me. Oh. Gold knife was retro. Okay, I'll move those first. Then I need to get media assets for that video. And we're gonna do, I think we're gonna do the VTuber ones last. I think is my plan. Because I usually edit those first, so. Good change of pace, I think. Edit labels. It is written. Save. Yes, I have those. And then I need stuff for the Did You Know video, which means we're supposed to made out of rockets specifically. I have a new resource. What's this? I don't know what that's about, but okay. Spaceship. That's 3D. Rocket. Oh. Rocket thruster. It's just two lovers on the car listening to blondes falling for each other. Orange skies feeling super childish. No Donna Glover. Missed call from my mother. Where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, radiant beam in the night. Save. I just with 2 horse butts. think this is another angle of it, so I'll also grab this one. Save. Rocket specifically, the size of it were engineered. Let's do blueprint. Like blueprint. Let's make the moment last so you know so with power. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did for the love of my life? She's got glue on her face. Oh yes, look in her eyes. I don't need. I was all with the love of my life. Actually, let me download the bigger one of that just in case. And then, yippee! Hello, Taylor. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Spam callers. I don't. Fuck off, man. How are you? Welcome on in. Sorry for the grump. Sorry for the grump. I just don't like spam callers. They annoy the dick out of me. Alrighty. Rocket through. Okay, yes. Rocket horse butts. But the reason is because they're more logical than you might have guessed. Horse. Oh, god damn it. Horse. Horse. Oh my god. Wait. I have to go on VGen. Wait, do any of you guys like. Oh my god. Wait, I don't know if Nikto could do this. Horse blueprint. I was thinking it would be fun to crowdfund, you know, only if you guys wanted to, if you had the asperities to do so, a jingle for Did You Know, like a background music that could loop for Did You Know. I think crowdfund a whole ass horse that I will put in my house, in my apartment. Will specifically live and shit in my office. Yeah, that would be kind of rad. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like, it's specifically a song that would go, or like background song, the jingle, I mean, yeah, I think it would be cool. The only people that I know that would make music is Nikto. Clutch! Let's fucking go. Hold on, let me switch back. Hi, Gabby. But I don't know a lot of people that make music. Like, I need more. Oh, I clicked something on the other computer. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on. Hello. How are you? What did I click on? Oh my god. Oh my god. I sick. Oh no, yes, I saw that you posted that you were sick. I'm so sorry. Here, wait, hold on. Wait, you wanted cute animal pictures. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Here. Look, it's little cat feet. Gabby, it's little cat feet. Look, they're little kitten feet. Little butts and little cat. I used to know who would stream making electronic music. I don't know if they're still active. Fair. Okay, if you remember them, I'll look them up. There's that. And this little guy, he's so handsome. He's so handsome, Gabby. He's so handsome. Oh, Gabby did the little butts. Yup. Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Oh my god, Gabby, you should do this trend. I think this would be really cute. I don't know, this just looks like something that I feel like would be really cute with your stuff. Or like, instead of doing like the whole wipe, you could do like a little heart or something. I don't know. It's just reminded me of you. I saved it specifically because it reminded me of you. But yeah, I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry you're feeling super icky. Send it to me. I got you. Hold on, wait. I got you. I got you, Gabby. Boop. What is it? Boop. There you go. But yeah, I thought you would like that one. There you go. I looked them up. They kind of vanished, I guess. Linktree empty. Twitch gone. Damn. Come back. Yeah, I don't know who would make like a looping. Like, I don't mind my voice not being the best. I just hate my Dude, that's so fair. Like, I feel like when I got sick last year or like 2 years ago, I was like, I can bear having a sore throat and a runny nose, but when your body hurts to the point where you can't, like, there's just that consistent ache where it feels like because you're dealing with the aches, you just can't do anything. On God, that shit, I'm like, I'm done. Beyond Liminal, no EDM. What is this? Yeah, I want I want background music. I don't know. Yes, that pisses me off because I can't cope by doing art or playing games. I'm just stuck. Yeah, you just have to like sleep. It's like all you get to do is sleep. That's annoying. Let me look up Nikto real quick. Is he on here? Cause like I don't know if cause like I want something bright sounding, and I know Nikto does a lot of like. I feel like he does a lot of like darker sounding songs. Yeah, that's like Elden Ring. This one's definitely gonna be Elden Ring. Maybe this one? There's like industrial stuff, 9-inch nails, so I don't know if that's the vibe. I wouldn't be against something a little more like he's kind of cyberpunk. I wouldn't be against it. I don't know if Density still does stuff too, actually, now that I think about it. Background music. BGM commissions. Damn. Hello. I just need like a minute, maybe? Like a minute looping? I'd love to get Gabby back around me for starting soon, but in the background of my videos, but a lot of artists don't suit the style I'm looking for. On God, that's why I'm kind of like, I don't know, because like, I know I'd want it to be like pretty upbeat, because like, let me see if I can find the one that we use currently. Because I just don't, I feel like having something a bit more recognizable might be good. I think this is what we have right now. Hold on. Let me start it from the beginning. It's like, it's this. Just like jazz, very lo-fi and hosier type. I would say you could go for classical then. And they could swing it into jazz probably like a little bit. But this is what we have right now. And I liked it because it was like upbeat. But I feel like it's a bit, it doesn't feel brain thinky on kind of things, like a fun like did you like I don't know, like I have like the jingle I think that the did you know goes with I don't know if you guys heard that one. Yeah, the do which I had in a dream. I had that chime happen to me and then I made it. But like it'd be cool if I could have like an actual. Sounds too deep. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I think I want something like a little bit lighter, a little more fun. Like, hold on. There was like this one guy on TikTok that was doing like, what was the video? It's like a butter cutter video, and like, I say it as I like the chat. I say it as yeah, it's fun. Where is it? There's a guy that talked about the butter cutter, and it's like super low stem, like low, like, oh, it's this one. Like, I know, like, with these ones, what's happening is it's they're playing piano to give sound effects to camera movement, which is fun, which is a very, like, low stimulating child, like, I'd say, like, late 90s, early 2000s kind of, like, children's TV show style, but I think I want something bright like that, and I think that was my plan, but I don't really know. I love that guy. Yeah, I like it when he talks about animals. But I don't really know. I love when they do stuff like that on guard, because I feel like we have to have less stimulating things in life. We have too much overstimulation in the world. We need to tone it down a little bit. I doubt she's taking. I just remembered a VTuber that like does alert or like music and stuff, but I think she's making her own music now, so I don't think I could ask her for them. What was this one? I just want something light and fun. Honestly, Kring might be the way to go. They made some... The one that I just clicked on the preview for was actually kind of nice. Hey, I got in touch. How should I connect y'all so I see if I have a good fit? They can add me on Discord. It's... My Discord name is the same. It's just maincoow. It's your maincoow. MAINCOOW. Ooh. Their art style is pretty. Look at that. It's very pretty. I should have just clicked on the portfolio for the thing. Wow, they do art and music. Damn, that's fucking crazy, high key. That one's too epic. Let me look at their YouTube. Oh, that makes sense, actually. Okay. Okay, I gotta get back into getting audio stuff. Doing the big raising skills are more logical than you think. Okay, I need horse videos. I want this one. I like their hair. I need this one. Download. No, it works. I like this one. I like that one. Save. It might not be okay to put on the Twitter. Not the Twitter, the TikToks. Probably not Twitter either, to be fair. Well, considering some of the things I've seen on Twitter, I think it'd be fine. What the fuck, ew. Oh, it's a little horsey rolling around. I'll take all the horse videos, thank you. Save. Okay. The big reason is it was a little more logistical than you might have guessed. Think. I don't like that the lady's like naked. Ew. Yeah, that works for me. Save. Back in the old days when wagon tram, so I need like an old wagon. Such an interesting Photoshop. Like, these train ones are gonna be good, but I need like wagon stuff. Makes our so, but usually very talented, great guy. Hey, I am more than happy to talk to people word of mouth because they are usually. I prefer to talk to people word of mouth because they're a lot kinder and like they're more willing to listen to you as a person compared to like sometimes I feel like when you work with people they just kind of see you, and understandably so because it's very typical to see someone as like oh, you're my client, I'm gonna treat you as a client, but also sometimes talking to people word of mouth. They want to know you. They want to treat you like a person and not just someone that they're going to get a commission out of. So oftentimes I personally will take word of mouth people or people who are my friends first or people that I've worked with like multiple times versus like just someone completely new that I just like, okay, well, maybe I like their stuff. Gabby, do you make Gabby? Oh, actually, Gabby's sick. Never mind, Gabby. don't think. No brain thoughts, Gabby. Don't, never mind. Don't think about it. Actually, I'll talk about it, but I'm not gonna like do anything more than that. So I was on Twitter yesterday, and oh my god, no, I was on Blue Sky, and KT, also known as Ocarina, made look at these little guys. I want this one and this one, but like I kind of want this one more because it's a weird. I was just like, so I was gonna ask, okay, Gabby, I was gonna ask you how much it would be for you to help me maybe revamp or redesign BLT, because I love BLT. BLT's my boy. But also, like, look at these. I love them so much. But I can't justify paying, because like I'd have to get I DM'd the artist, and in order for me to make a TTS pet and like anything else I wanted, I'd have to get commercial licensing, which is $180. I'm like, oh my god, fair game, your art is like gorgeous and I'm sure you're busy all the time, but I cannot. I can't afford $180 for just one little guy. So I'm thinking of maybe revamping BLT or something like that, or talking to someone who, like, I don't know. There's like a cuteness to these that I'm like yearning for, that I just can't spend $180. Like, fair game. I might just steal the mouth. Just steal that mouth shape. But I don't really know. I love it. I love it so much, and I can't. I want it so bad though. I want it so bad. We totally we could use the trade services if it's out of budget. Yeah, no problem. It's just like, this is just a lot. I don't know. I've been thinking about it because like, I was like scrolling through like Toy House, because Toy House also has the things where it's like, there's this artist that I really like that has like little guy designs. I don't know. I just love making little guys. The only problem is the more little guys I get, the more little guys I gotta put in my art, I think. Well, I don't really know. It's like whatever. But I was gifted this one, which is little guy, and then I was also gifted this little guy who's a little egg dog. But like, they're so cute, and like I want to make a new cute little guy, and like this one was $1, and I was like, oh my god, this could be so cute. And then you guys could do like exclamation point bubbles, and then he would blow bubbles or something. I want to make VTuber moms for all. Yes, it's like it fucks me up. And then I saw this one, and I was like, oh my god, this one's kind of like BLT, but he's got like green stuff on him. And so I was like, maybe I'll revamp BLT to like have more colors than just brown or something. I don't really know. And that was a whole debacle that I had to go through last night. It was an emotional roller coaster, because I love the ones that KT drew, or Ocarina drew, and they're so cute. But I can't justify it right now. Especially with some debut stuff that I have planned. I have to pay for that stuff, and like, I gotta put the debut stuff first, but I really want to make another little guy. But I'm like, I could also, but the thing is like, make BLT gritty? No, that sounds hard. Gritty is like a whole ass thing. I don't think he's got the long enough, he doesn't have long enough ligaments. Also, how was your thing? How was your, I didn't get enough, oh no, yes I did. How was your, grocery errands? There we go. How are your errands? Sorry, my brain is a little dying. I was like, I want to make another little guy, but it's like, if I make another little guy, that's a whole less thing, because I might have to draw when people are on the road. That's so fair. Just do it when the world's asleep. It's like, I'm screaming. I want to make more little guys, and the Pixel was like, oh, but you could make the little guy, because I do art too, and that's, like, completely fair, but, like, I just want another little guy. That's all I want. Same people that built suicides of horses. Wagon. Okay, we're good now. I'm done. I'm done crashing out now. Old wagon and horses. Stock footage. Roman wagon. Ooh, Roman wagon. Okay, the site kind of sucks. That's only because it's new, though. Videos. Sometimes just having someone talk it, and giving it to you is a lot more fun than doing all the... Yeah, that's what I'm saying! Oh, God, Gabby, oh, my God, yes. Oh, my God, yes. Like, yes. Just Rome, no wagon? Oh, okay. Hi, Rain. But, Gabby, literally fucking exactly. Because, I had so many ideas when I saw that little guy, when I saw, oh my God, I had, ideas for both of them, but I think I really am leaning towards the fairy. But I don't really know, just because I don't want to deal with, the long arms, but I don't really know. Maybe I do want to deal with long arms. But anywho, the bottom, little yellow guy or the flower on the goblin's head could change colors depending on if he is happy or not. And I thought that would be really cool. But, I don't know how to do that. And, but, I'd figure it out. But he's, so cute. And, it's just pissing me off. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off because I want it so bad. But, Pixel says that I can't justify that much money. But I'm I want it. I want it. Horse-drawn carriage. Is that what I'm looking up? But, have you ever drawn? Yes, I have drawn many a things kind of like that. Though I feel like a lot of my cute things just end up looking a little ooped. But yeah, no, I don't know. I was a whole fucking argument I had to have with myself. 'Cause oh, I want it so bad. But at the same time, I could try to make it myself, but at the same time. What else more? This doesn't have any videos. I need footage. Free horse carriage video on Pexels. Oh, they did have videos. Are you looking for a chariot? I'm kind of looking for an old wagon. An old Oregon Trail-esque wagon video. And it doesn't have to be great. It's just, I think I just need a little bit. Right there. I don't mind if it has stuff on it though. Maybe search for Pioneer wagon. Ooh, Pioneer wagon. Look at maybe Amish stuff then. Amish. Okay, I'm stupid because this website doesn't have old Western footage. True. Pioneer wagon, because I have that stupid clip art one. I don't maybe. I wish I didn't have to pay taxes like the Amish. They don't. I mean, that's fair. Wait, they don't pay tax. They live in the U.S. though. Did they not get? That is interesting to think about. Yeah, loud and clear. This works. I'm fine with this. Save video as. Would it let me? No taxes for special people? Damn. I mean, I'm pretty damn special. Why don't I get no taxes? I don't want to pay taxes. Ew, that's kind of bad though. Wait, hold on. What about this one? Sorry for religious reason. Also, they like don't use U.S. resources. Maybe. Yeah, I mean they are like pretty like self-sufficient people. So I guess that's I guess that's not that surprising. But I mean, I'm pretty special. I think I would like tax exemptions. Pretty cool. Especially considering that self-employment tax is ass. Just saying. Self-employment tax is kind of ass. You are too Gabby. You shouldn't have to pay self-employment tax if it's expensive where you live. Fuck taxes. Like half of it though. Because I understand taxes like sometimes can be good. I guess. But it's also kind of like, fuck taxes. It's because they're not ever used for things that I want them to be used for. Like chicken nuggets. Why can't we just use them for chicken nuggets? I'll save video as. And then I got the other one too, didn't I? Oh, I saved the video frame. That's fine. I didn't really like that one anyway. Okay. Back in the olden days, when we're built on the side of two horses, so that way the organic engine comes smoothly without cramping. Okay. I just want to grab one more. Yeah, this one's, I like this wide shot. Even though we're only gonna get like a quarter of it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh wait, but that footage is really low. It'll be behind me, so you won't be able to see that one actually. That one will be fine. This first one will be fine. This is... Oh, that one's 34 seconds? It might actually be fine then. Yeah, it might actually be fine than these two. Same people that... Railroads. And I think I have enough for railroads. I think I have... I am gonna look up railroad just a little more. Just cause I might get it from here. Railroad. Old. Creation. When I was little for school, we did an overnight trip to learn about pioneers. That's cool. That's cool. Historical reenactments. I'm about to get a historical reenactments. I feel like the reason we hate taxes is because it's so complex and we feel as people we don't get rewarded for paying them in terms of service and quality of living. Yeah. Yeah, more than likely. I mean, it's kind of like... I think the biggest thing is just like... taxes are so fucked. And like, to be fair, because I paid taxes like 2 years ago, I was able to get like... a good amount for like my my unemployment when I lost my job. But the shitty thing is that it took I lost my job in like 2022, I think. Well, the summation is that it took 2 years. It took 2 years to get that money. It's like, it's fucking insane. Okay. Train cargo. And it's just it just annoys the crap out of me. So I think taxes in and of itself can be a good thing. It's just not if they're gonna fucking not give me the money that I paid for. It's just really annoying. I think that's just why I personally, if they know how much I owe, why don't they tell me specifically? On God. On fucking God, though. Why make me do the work? Why can't they just do the work? And to be fair, I think in the UK, I think they just automatically take out your taxes. Like, I mean, I like how the 9 to 5 works, right? Is that you automatically technically pay taxes. Well, that's not how it works, and I understand this and that and all that. But at the same time, it's kind of like, just stop taking my money, please. I agree. I think taxes are important as usual. Just America. In America, it's shitty. On God. On God. Like, ugh. Just, ugh. I mean, the reason to streamline it, and we don't. On God. Like, it's just so annoying that, like, we don't. We don't. We gotta do better. we gotta be smarter. I have to look up something and it's gonna sound a little silly, so I can't show it. They money from the wrong. Oh, I didn't do the thing. And using it for the wrong. Yes! On God! I'm gonna eat the rich. I need a butt. I need a butt. I need a butt. I don't know if I just look up butt on this, if that's the right thing to do, but... Also, actually, side question. Has anybody noticed anything about my face tracking? No is a completely valid and perfect response as well. Just saying. I'm also kind of, slouching, but that's not really the point. But, oh, I have to stretch my soul. No. Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. It is in, okay, so, that's actually a great response, Orwell, because essentially how it was before is the most ideal location I could put it was down here. And my face is, like, up here, so it'd have to look up at me, and you don't want to do that. But it was in a spot where it's, like, it's good enough for me. But if I ever wanted to do something in front of it, I couldn't, and my face tracking would be blocked. But I moved it here, and so now it's kind of like this on my oh, you guys can't see it. Okay. I gotta redraw the diagram because I was looking at butts. It seems kind of lighting. Do you use an iPhone? I do use an iPhone. I have, okay, so this is my setup. Like, this is my, oh my God, I can't draw. So here, Star, I thought you already had. You have all 8. Stop it. Wait, no, let me give that back. Wait, no. The February ones aren't here yet. And you already have all 8. Reject. Yeah, okay. Oh, snap, room tour. Not kind of, not really though. So here's like my desk. Right. Fucking my bad. It's okay. I'm the one that forgot, so my bad. So I have like 3 monitor. OBS, or like you guys are over here. And then this is where I work. And then this is like my music and stuff. And Discord is over here. And my face tracking would be like down here, like right below my monitor. And my head would be like here. So like the if you really look at it from like a side view, right? It was like angled up like this. Except mine is backwards. Yeah, this is how it fits on my desk. I want to talk about it just for Discord and music. It's nice. It's nice. It's nice because I feel like it's kind of distracting because it's a lot of stuff. Like it's like just like my most recent open Discord and then like Spotify, and it's a lot of information for nothing, but I like to have it open. And then but so it was like down here and it would look up at me, but because I want to start using a drawing tablet here, and because with the side view it's like here's this. And then if I had, because, like, I want to start drawing with my tablet, so I don't shrimp. I have to bring it here, but then it blocks my face tracking. Oh, you're trying to hold it between chat and work. Yeah, so now it's, like, here. So now it's, like, angled up. So now, remember being a pain in the ass until we meet again? Oh, okay. Why is it a pain in the ass? I think it's kind of fun. But now it's like up here. So now if I were to draw on like a tablet, my tablet, I won't I won't block it, and it can kind of just be at my face level, which is really nice. And so the fact that Orwell, you've been chatting with me all day and you haven't noticed anything different, that's awesome. I honestly was like, if they don't notice anything, or if it's not as bad, like it's not, as long as it's not worse. The problem is I was worried about it being worse. I was looking up butt. Hold on. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I was looking up. I need a video because we're talking about butts. But yeah. So, smile. No, I just gotta drive. Hold on. Gotta look up butt, but I don't want to show butt. Well, hi. Yeah, I just have to look up butt for a video, and I don't want to get banned on Twitch. I think it's really good. I mostly notice things like freeze or totally glitch when people leave the room and the model like contorts. Oh, that's fair. Or like if it lags, yeah. No, it's good. They're saying they haven't noticed anything, so that's good. Mic down. Okay. Does this mean this got to be like angled up a little bit more? Okay. Mouth tracking, but it's easy fix to a tiny light. Yeah. Okay. Well, the mic can be. But this is where I guess. But like he's like tilting back though. It's like, how do we tighten him? How do you tighten? I'm weak. My bones. Also, Gabby said it's valid that I wanted to buy the thing and stuff.
Yeah.
But also valid that I shouldn't pay for it. But also, I had to vent about it because it made me sad. Because the more I looked at it, I really want that fairy. I just want all the little guys.
You might need to have like a gasket in there because I can't get it like fully tight. I don't know why.
Is it because of the way it's tightened? Like, do you think we should flip it? Like instead of the mic being on the low side, it could be on the up side. Because I think maybe that's why it's not tightening more. Uno momento, chatterino, while I switch my mic position. Oh, I'm realizing I'm facing it away. I wish I could just hold this thing. But I literally have to do things. Okay. Hold on, chat. I have to hold you. You're going to be closer to me than you normally are. I apologize. Which way does this go? I think it goes like that. No, it goes on this one.
We're flipping. It was on that before. Now we're on this side.
What? No, it has to be on this side. Because it was on...
Oh, you wanted to keep this on the same side? But just
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so then put the thing on the way. No, other way.
Other way?
So then, which way goes out? Does the grab and grip go like this?
Calling my Swedish boy over FaceTime. Have fun. Yeah, I think so.
I think so. I'm not sure, but let's try that.
That is how I think it looked. Yeah, that would make sense. Because then as it's tightening, it's not like... Am I going up? I think I'm going wrong.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say anything? You stood at me. I'm tightening it.
It seemed very intentional.
Everything I do isn't intentional, but whether it's right or wrong is the point. You know, everything I do with some amount of confidence, but whether it's correct or politically incorrect is the problem.
That's fair. It definitely needs like a little shim or something because there's like space in there. And I feel like that wasn't always like that.
I just loosened it at some point. And I just
The thing is, it doesn't. There's no tight. Like that's it.
Maybe we added too many, or maybe we had the spacers in wrong?
Maybe. Not sure.
Oh, I think it is. I think one of them's supposed to go on the other side. Also, hi, Elaine's partner. Can you say hi?
Hello.
That's Pixel. He's my man. He feeds me food and makes sure I don't dehydrate to death.
Despite her best efforts.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked. I mean, I love you so much. I love you so freaking much.
Hello, chat.
I did it. I fixed it. He pat me in a way I wasn't expecting. Thank you, love you. Here's your water. It would be so funny if I accidentally gave you my advancedgg and you just gulped it. And I'm like, this isn't water. It tastes good. Do you want to try it? Yay, Pixel fix. I fixed it. I fixed it. I put the gasket on the other side. Yeah, it's peach. That's nice. Can you put more ice in this, please? Oh my god, I showed a Pixels a TikTok the other day of this husband that was like pouring. Oh my god, I'll just show it to you guys. Hold on. Yeah, I'll go on my other account. No, wait, hold on. I'll just send it to myself. It was this husband, and he was like, you know how people are like, hell yeah, independent, like, I did it! I fucking did it! How like, when God made me or whatever meme, and they'll like pour a cup of water into another cup that's labeled. This husband did that. It was so fucking funny. It was like, my wife is hot. Like, when my God was making my wife, and it was like the water was spilling into being hot as shit, but it was completely missing the cup that said could fill her own water, and that's like on God me. Yes? Why are you pacing, sir? You've forgotten. Okay, hold on. I have to find it again. I don't remember if it was in my likes or my favorites. I thought it was in my favorites, but it has to be in my favorites unless I watch more TikToks.
It's probably further back.
Fuck! What was it labeled? Hot as fuck versus being able to fill her own water. Was it before or after the dress that I showed you? Do you remember? I have to send that to my friend. Oh, fuck. I have so many TikToks. Why are you laughing?
I'm pretty sure it was like weeks ago.
Weeks ago? But like before the dress? Oh, like before the... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Before the... Excuse me, Mike. I feel like it wasn't that long ago. Do you want me to download it and send it to you when I find it?
Sure.
Okay. Monkeys. Microfish. Monkeys. Cats. Really cool pins. Minecraft. Oh, fuck. Oh, I watch too much TikTok.
The only disadvantage of the new camera position is that when you're fully like this, it's no longer down in front of you. Because before, when you were hunched over like this, the camera was down here. So now when you're like off camera, basically. Sheer disappointment on your face.
It's because it's forcing me not to shrimp now. Fuck, I have to look it up now. Okay, hold on. I'll look it.
I just keep that in mind is that like when you're looking down, you're now off camera.
But if I look down like this, it's okay.
No, if you look down with your eyes, that's fine.
But if I actually shrimp.
If you actually shrimp, you are now off camera.
Okay, thanks.
Which, you know, honestly,
Thanks,
is
hon.
probably good for the long run.
God was making my wife meme. Feel better. I ate some sweet plantains. I love plantains. I just sick, but tummy yum. It was the first video when I looked it up. I hate when that happens. I hate when this happens. I fucking hate when this happens. But I'm glad you're feeling better, Gabby, now that you have food. Because, like, sometimes when I'm not feeling good, it's just because, like, I haven't eaten enough in the day. I think I might need to unplug my mic and replug my mic in. I don't know. Because, like, the cable's, like, where my hand is now, and I don't like that. Hold on. But, yeah, this is the video. I'm going to let this play while I fix my mic really quick. Thank you for the check-in, my love. True, that happens sometimes, but I'm just coping with yummy food. Hey, that's the best way to cope, on God, though. Because then you're giving your body nutrients that you might not have enough of, you know? That's what makes something a good container if it, like, doesn't do that. Like, if a mug, teapot, and it pours nice. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, he was purposely doing that, but yeah, I have seen, like, Chinese, like, teapot TikToks where it's, like, also, I forgot. Okay. Where it's kind of like, actually, this one's fine. It's just a button jeans. Where it's, like, they'll talk about, like, how, like, different teapots are made, and if they kind of do that kind of, like, half pour thing, like, it's not really great quality sometimes. Or, like, the thing of, like, whether the top suctions onto it or not. Also, I just realized the nice thing about me moving my face tracking is I can change the input on my computer, which I do a lot because I have a stream PC and then my normal PC. It's not going to block it. Also, if I talk with my hands, we're good. We're fucking good. And I'm not going to block my face tracking. This is actually really nice. Good investment, Elaine. If any of you want to know the one I got, give me 10 seconds and I can tell you. But yep, it was your butt. It's a wireless charging phone holder. It's actually really nice. It's really nice. For monitor. I can't spell monitor. Monitor. Oh, let me go. Hold on. It's this one. I don't think I bought it for fucking $30 though. Yeah, it's like a MagSafe computer mount. I think it's this one that I got, but it's got like some good pivot on it. You can put it on the laptop if you want, but it's pretty nice. I quite like it. So if you wanted it for like, and like the nice thing is if you can't use it like VTuber tracking wired, because you can essentially plug in. This might not be the one. But if anybody wants a link, let me know. I can grab it from my Amazon. But essentially, you can plug in a wire right here in the one I have, and then it can wirelessly charge, which is really nice because when you're VTubing, you want to make sure the thing stays charged, and stuff. But yes, link, please. Okay, I got you. Give me like 2 seconds to switch my stuff, and then I can grab it for you. But yeah, no, it's like super nice. I super duper love it. Super easy installation. You should just you put it on your monitor, make sure it's clean and stuff, and then you put it on your monitor and like you wait like 6 hours, and then it's like it's Gucci. Like it's great. It's on God. Like and it's like super it's really nice. I really appreciate it. It's simple. It's not that hard. It comes with a backup sticky if you don't have one, or if you like want to move it to a different computer and the first one you did was wrecked. Another one is like I got a wireless charger that holds my phone from IKEA. I got one from IKEA and it sucks dick, but they have made new ones since, and I wish I had it. I'm gonna put it in. Actually, I'll just DM it to you, Star, for now. And then I'll put it in the toolbox, so if anybody else wants it, just, like, let me know. I can't pay the fucking... But it's because, like, the charging cable or whatever is, like, super dick on the one that I got. But it's super pretty, because it's, like... Hold on, I'll show it to you guys. I need my keyboard to do the thing I need it to do. Okay, there we go. But, I'd say it's super nice. It's super nice, even if it's just like, you want it for, like, I'm gonna iPad out, but eventually wants to switch to a phone. That's fair. And I mean, like, it's good if you have, like, an iPhone and you just want to call someone, like, FaceTime. Like, I think it's super nice. I'm not in the iPhone's, ecosystem that hard, but, I think it's still a nice thing to have. It clutters your desk less, which is nice. Wireless charger, IKEA. My first wireless charger, so I should have got one sooner. On God, they're pretty nice. I don't typically use it because I like having the cable. The one I got, I can see the one that you got. The one that I got kind of sucks. It looks really nice, but it kind of sucks. It's this one. I got this one. Oh, my tail's on the way. One second. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, I got this one, and it had, like, this nice little wood block, and it's nice. My phone's too fucking tall for it. That's the biggest problem. My phone is too fucking tall for it. So it'll like fall over if I touch it at all after setting it up. So I don't use it. And I mean, it's fine. I don't normally use my phone when I'm streaming because like I'm working. But looks to set it, but if it don't work, on God. What is, oh, this one. I'm sorry. Thank you. Pixels gave me a little fruit gummy, and I dropped it, but he didn't give it to me. It's the shape of a mango. Nom, 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 nom. 1 second. But, yeah, I just want to talk about that. It's fine. Rip fruit gummy. I still ate it. I found a... For a TikTok series I do that would be looping. You're nothing to me. Wait. What is this flip? Give me your butt. Give me that butt. That's cute. That was fun. I like that. It was cute. We were talking about butts earlier. I'm like not used to where this mic is, but it's okay. It's good. I just have to get used to it. Okay. Anywho, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Okay, we got that scripted. We need to do Vibe and Shine, which I spoke to a TikTok creator because I'm getting a stuffed animal from them. So I gotta do one for them because I just like their stuff. They're called Little Mooshies. They make these adorable little stuffed animals. Like this one. It's like a weighted little seal plushie. It's really cute. And they also make like clown cuties where they'll like, you can tell them like an animal and they make them like little clown outfit. Like, look at this. It's so, I love the button eyes. Like this is a goblin one that has like little star motifs. It's so cute. I love it so much. And then they had one on their TikTok. Yeah, the sleeping one. It's a duck. And because I got so obsessed with like platypus, this one's a rat. But because I got obsessed with platypuses the other week, and there was like a platypus plush that I wanted, but I didn't trust the website. Hold on. Platypus plush cute. Because I specifically I am very specific about my stuffed animals. It was this one. I think it was this one. And I wanted one of these. But like this is the only website that I think you can get them on. So I was like, meh. And then I saw that this person made the duck. Made this sleepy little duck, and then I DM'd them and I was like, can you make me a platypus? And they're like, I'd love to make you a platypus. And I'm like, okay, great, I'd love to make a video on you regardless. So they did. And they also have these little like kind of like blind boxes where it's like they're in like these cute little matchboxes, and they make sure that they like are all tucked in. They like make videos when you buy them. They'll make a video of them, like, tucking them into the little matchbox and then patting the little matchbox before they send it. It's really cute. I can't show it. Well, I don't know if it's exactly a blind box. I think it might be. They are not intended for small children. But look, it's a little mouse. But listen, you'd only really want one. This is not like a collector's item. You'd really only want one, I think. I don't know if you can ask specifically for which one you want, but they're like super cute. They have a video on them. I have a video on them. Yeah, like look. Nope, that's not a video. There it is. Wait, that's so cute though. I know. And they're so cute. And I'm supposed to get my platypus like this either is like next week. I'm supposed to get him, so like I'll take a picture of him. And we have to name the platypus, so you guys have to help me name, because I name all my stuffed animals because I'm a little dweeb like that. But like look, and then they'll tuck them in. They'll make sure they're all tucked in when they go to package them, and then whoop, And they just kind of, just like, okay, and now they're in there, and now they're gonna go sleep. And they're so cute. They're little. They call them Matchbox pets, and I highly recommend checking them out if you haven't. But I think they're very adorable, and I just like it because, like, obviously they made a lot of little Matchbox ones, but, like, especially like these clown ones, they just have so much personality in them. And, like, if you listen, listen, Pookies, listen here. I'm surprised you didn't ask them to make a BLT or Moira. Probably because I was, you know what? That's fair. Fuck. You know what, Star? Listen, I was on the platypus train, okay? I was on the I'm sorry. I was on the platypus. I haven't seen this new one. They make, oh no. Unlocking a large size of bag for my clown baby. Oh gosh. I was stuck in platypus world, okay? But, oh my god! Hippo. So young? S-O and then Yang. But they made a hippo, but they didn't list this one, so I don't know if they were gonna sell this one. But look at the little hippo. I love the little hippo shape. The little hippo shape was very cute. But also support small businesses. I don't know. I've been really wanting to like get something from like a small business that's just so unique and so just special than getting like a mass produced plushie. So like I got one from them. So yeah, that's that whole spiel. I'll probably put them at the end of. No, I'll put them at the start of the video. I'll talk about like what will I talk about? I think I want to talk about like what is my brain thinking of? Like getting yourself a little treat. Like treating you should treat yourself. Like Valentine's is coming up and you just gotta treat yourself. I don't know which video I want to do. Can I do like popular, like their most popular video? Oh yes, and oh my god, they have these little pill bugs. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I didn't talk about the pill bugs first. But they make a little pill bug. They have these little pill bugs. You can buy little pill bugs, and they have a little bow tie, and they're super cute. Yeah, look, he's got a little pill bug. He's super cute. Yeah, it's just a cute little pill bug. A little pill bug. He's super cute. Yeah, I think I'll do this video. Except I don't even have the folder ready. Did I get the... Okay. Okie dokie. And now I gotta do this. And then video editing. And I gotta go to Vibe and Shine. And I need to move the last 2 videos out of here. I gotta make a new one called 67. And make sure that it says the right number in here. 57. 57? 67. 50. Wait, what? What? Wait. Is this 50? What? 58? Hello? Wait, why is everything named differently? Oh, this is 57. Oops. This is gonna be one of those stores where like I want one of everything. On God, that was me. It was taking me forever to figure out like which one I would like the most and to buy one. Cause like I was really contemplating the their clown ones. But like I don't really like, I like clowns, but I don't really like do like this is really cute, but I don't really do clowns, and it doesn't really match my aesthetic in my office. So I was just like, eh. They also have like a one-of-a-kind plush thing where like they'll make you like a one-of-a-kind plush, and I think that's what the hippo was, maybe. But yeah, I've had one plush that was made for me that was like one-of-a-kind one time. In a frog in a tutu. I had someone make this. I have this stuffed animal. I found this picture. I don't know where. On DeviantArt when I was in college, and I spent my first paycheck on having him. And this little guy, I don't know what, why, when, or how, but I just asked someone to make him, and then they did, and I was very happy. That was the first thing I spent my very first paycheck on, so. And he's still around. I think he's in my office somewhere. I have so many stuffed animals. I love them, though. But yes, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Do I have any other things in my Happy Talk collection that I want to put in here? I don't really know. I got a little Lane plush. That would be really cute. On God, I think it would be really nice. Oh my God. Like, okay, we'd get less sales. What is it today? Monday? Today is Monday. It would be on God so nice if we could do a thing where we worked with a small business to make our plushes and then just be like, hey, we could go like 50-50 on it. And I think that'd be kind of cool. Or like I could negotiate with like a creator, like an Etsy artist, and be like, hey, if you want a plush, buy it from this small business. And then some of the proceeds will go to that small business instead of me. And then I think that would be awesome because they could get like, they could start like making, oh my God, I think this is great. I think Elaine's coming up with ideas that I think are really smart. I think you should all be like bumping this idea. So like, because I think that's just more fun than going through like Uwu Market. Yeah, well, I guess, but Makeshift is kind of big in and of itself already, isn't it? I want something smaller. I wanted I wanted to do an art one this week, actually. Yeah, kind of big. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, But at the same time, you know, I get why you would, like, because, like, I guess, like, the biggest problem with it, right, is, like, if I were to go through, like, a bigger company, there's the likeliness that, like, you know, better customer support and stuff like that. But we shall see. And Happy Talk, I want this one, and then... there was another video that I thought that did I favorite it? It's like this guy that like took a picture of the ocean and the sky, but he used a mirror because he didn't know how to paint it. And I thought it was really creative, and I want that video. What is it? Just to do it by pre-order so you know how many to order? Yeah, it would have to be. I don't know how to paint, but the ocean does. Yeah, we would do it like by pre-order. It cannot be that long ago. No, I'm too far back. Where is this video? Should I wait? I just realized, should I wait to put that the small the plushie person in the video till I get the plushie, so that way I can put a picture of the plushie in the video? Maybe I should do that. Sorry if you can hear that. Sorry. Maybe I should do that, actually. Also, because, like, it's unlikely, but what if I don't get the plushie? Okay, manage, happy, hold on, I have... Or you could do a two-parter. I could. I don't normally do a two-parter, but I could do a two-parter. I think that could be fun. Hold on, It's annoying me that I can't find that video. Okay, this one could be about the sun. I'm finding a good few videos that I keep forgetting to put into Happy Talk. I just kind of save them because they make me happy. Because usually I feel like most of the times that I'm watching TikTok is because I'm high. I'm just favoriting things because I like them. But I saw mistakes today, but I just let my head away. And stories, I just love the memories as they come. Where is it? Couldn't help but fall in love again. Maybe do a poll to get a marker how many you're talking about. If it's a lot, maybe like so, but if it's not ridiculous, small maker for yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Cause like to be fair, we're a kind of small community, so it's kind of like rather instead of making as much money as I could, if I could like share it with someone else, that'd be pretty cool. Couldn't help but fall in love again. Oh my god, where is this video? I swear to god, if this video was taken down, I'm gonna be so mad because it was so pretty. I'm probably just blind, but either or. It's a cat. That's a stuffed animal. That's yogurt. That's a claw clip. That's a mushroom. It's a dog. It's another mushroom. Oh, I found it. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I can show it to you guys. I'm so excited. I didn't put this one in. Okay. I know minimum order quantities for places like makeshift. That's a good question. Minimum order quantity. Makeshift. I think it's kind of a big number. 200. I do not know 200 people that would buy this. Yeah, it's 200. Because I think Big Nose Bug is about to get a plushie with makeshift. I think. Yeah, makeshift plus petition on February 22nd. And, like, I don't know that many people. And then, like, it could be, like, an OG thing. Look, you can get a Bing Bong. Bing Bong is a thing. Bing Bong's very silly. But, yeah, a lot of people... I don't know 200 people I would want to buy a plush from me. So, I think it would just be better to go with a small person. And then, like, if we got bigger, we could do, like, another one, but okay, where is my Happy Talk collection? I think I want to do an art one this week. EP Lane, always. Goes in the beginning of the video that is solid. But, like, the rest is up in the air. I can send you some vids if that helps. Hi, Pocket! The main reason they tend to do that is just the calculated amount for the earned profit and also meeting the production minimum for a lot of... Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Like, it makes sense, especially for, like, bigger content creators and bigger, like, people who would have that audience that's like, oh, I could easily sell, like, 300, 400 of these. But I think for, like, us here, it's like, I'm just a little guy. Also, look at this pear with a banana slug. I don't know if this is real. I don't think it is. I think it's clay and resin, which is fucking insane. So I'm like trying to decide if I want to do an art video, if I want to do a little cool art. Yeah, and then look at this one. I don't know how to paint, but nature does. And this guy takes a picture of nature. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at... It's so cool. It's so cool. It's such a smart idea. I love it so much. Do you know... Did you know... You? Are you sure? This one's really cool, too. I don't know if I'd do this video, but this is really cute. But I might do this one if I did another art one. Because this guy made feather armor, and it's super cool. It's really cool. It's 5 fucking pounds, but it's really cool. It's 134 feathers. It's really cool. I might do those 3 this week. And then I might put Mushi's video in with like a treat yourself kind of vibe. Yeah. Theme. Art. Theme. Treat yourself, I think is my plan. Hello, sire. Oh my. Okay, thank you. What the fuck did you do to this pretzel to make him look like this? Why does he look like that? I can't say it on stream. I'm drizzling my pretzel in the kitchen. Oh my god. Hi, Pocky. How are you doing? I'm well. How are you? Mom.
Are you okay if I send Grayson their way for a little bit of artistic feedback?
Of course. As long as you're nice to me. Banana slugs are all clean since all the dirt slides off them with slime, and it will make your tongue numb. That doesn't sound like you can lick it. The fact that it'll make your tongue numb does not sound like you should be able to lick it. You know that person who made a whole magical library in our home? I don't think I do. I might have seen it though. I don't know if they're safe to lick, but they will make your tongue numb. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't really sound safe. I think something that numbs you doesn't... I don't think that's a safe thing to lick. Oh. Huh. Huh. Hmm. Hot. Hot. Oh. Oh man, I did our guy a little dirty. Hold on. Boop. There we go. Oh damn. Wait, hold on. But the armor goes hard. It does. Oh, this. If it loads. I love this lady. She's really cool. I need the reveal. Look at that. She's so creative. I mean, you have to be creative to pull off something like this, right? Damn. Damn. Damn, that shit's sick. Chat. Are we poor? I need that in my future home. Fair. You know, I have a good amount of time and money for shit like that, man. Shakes, empty can, and noodles. See, like, the thing is you could make all that stuff probably pretty inexpensively, but you'd need a lot of time, right? And if you want to make it fast, you need a lot of money. And a lot of people don't have either of those. Time and space, yep. And skill to do it. Woodworking is not easy. Fair. Fucking fair. The shit. It's really cool to see though that someone making that. Oh, do I need to refresh? Miss Creations US. That's cool. Oh, fuck. We're gonna refresh. You want to talk about how much... We just don't think about that, chat. We just think about how pretty it is, you know? I should follow all these creators. There you go. Pumpkin would love that feather armor. I can send... Hold on. I can send you the video. If you want to show it to Pumpkin. Hold on. Because I just downloaded it. So in case they don't have a TikTok, it won't matter. There you go. Okie dokie. And then, do I have... Oh, wait, no, I need to send someone something. Okay. We're on BB 4 yet. Yes, we're still on 4. I haven't made the new ones. Also, hello, Vexed. Yeah, I haven't made the new ones yet. Today I'll be making it, though. After forgetting to eat all day. You need to eat. You guys have to eat. You guys cannot forget to eat. Bruh, editing when your hands are freezing sucks. On God. That shit pisses me the fuck off. I cannot handle it when I'm working and then I just fucking, my hands are cold. Lurk, I gotta do that. I lurk. Oh yeah, I gotta, no problem. No problem. We'll be here. I have to download these. I have to refresh because my stuff wants to be done. And 2. If you want the jingle. I can't type. I'm so sorry. I have to tell them I'm sorry for my typing. Also, I'm so sorry for my typing. I'm bad at typing words. Words are hard. Close. Okay, there we go. Okay, now... It's there. It is there. I feel like my music's a little quiet. I feel like my mouse stuttered there for a second. You know what I want to play right now? I want to play some House Flipper Sim. House Flipper 2? I want to play some House Flipper 2. But I can't right now because I have so much stuff to do today. Alright. 5 minute shine. This one, 1, 2, 3, this one, these. And they're already kind of in the order that I'd want them, except inverted, so that's cool. It looks like he's taking a picture of the little the pear. Apple. He put a pen and a pineapple. I don't know nothing. I think this was 2025 as well. So I'm just gonna put that in there. 25. This is 2026. And then this one can go here. This one can go here. Did no harm, never did no harm. Oh no! This babappy worm is like kind of in a... Oh no! Alright, I think that works. And then February 2nd to February 8th. Is that correct? 2 to 8? Yes, I do it Monday through Sunday. Save. Gonna lurk while I get some work done. Feel free to DM me if you need proofreading. Sounds good. I will let you know when I'm done with the stuff. So I still have 2 more videos to write. And then I have 2 other videos to write for work. So you will be notified and given time ahead. You'll be notified ahead of time. I can't talk. Talking is hard. Delete. Feels like you. Actually, 3 more because I haven't even started on this one yet. Let's go. Oh, my neck. Okay. Nope. This one. This one. This one. Not that one. This one. Sorry, one second. Actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and so I can reply to this. I multitask. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back, and then we'll get into finishing the scripts for TikToks. I'll be right back. have crack, cause I am poor. How's it going, everybody? Alrighty. Sculpture, art, photography, ocean, armor, feathers. Welcome back. Thank you, Vex. Hello, hello. Come on, darling. I'm just gonna do this. And next week will be Valentine's. Already? Shit. No, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense in my brain. God damn. God damn. Vex, I'm really excited. Oh, we have so much stuff to do today. I'm really hoping we can fit in. If we can't fit it in today, because I'm tired, we will hopefully fit in the game that you got me tomorrow. Vex God does this cool game where we get to build the zoo, but all the zoo sounds are my sounds. I get to make the sounds, which I'm really excited about, but we have a lot of stuff to do today. So, hopefully, fingers crossed. This is about the slug. World is beauty, and oftentimes art is a representation of the beauty that we see in the world. Oh man, my persimmons one. No! I love persimmons. I'm so sorry, Vexed. Are they like all bad? Could you like cut the bad part off and like you could blend it if you have a blender maybe, or freeze it and like mash it up and eat it like ice cream maybe, if the good parts maybe. The world is beauty and oftentimes is beautiful and oftentimes they're all bad. No! I'm sorry. Beautiful piece. Girl, I live in a dorm. I have nothing but a mini fridge and a kettle. Listen, when I was in college, I didn't even get to have a kettle, okay? But, like, fair. I mean, listen, you probably have a bowl and a fist. You know? Bowl, fist, mash it up. Ingenuity. Ooh, this person's really cool. This is really cool. They make really cool things. Look at those dragons. Damn. Damn, these are cool. Okay. Take this beautiful piece that Christian made. Is this Kristen? Christina. Okay. They definitely don't allow anything besides a microwave at my door. We couldn't even have microwaves, bruh. Because our electricity was, like, not regulated by the city. But I got Tupperware. Yeah, see, there you go. Like, it was not, like, regulated by the city or something. So, like, we could have blown the fuse in the entire building if we have a microwave that's not, like, supervised. They give you a microwave in the common area. That's fair. That is fair. That was, we have nukers and kettles, but no open flames or hot plates. That's fair. Take this beautiful piece that Christina created. Who's the beauty banana, but BANA slug, and I don't know. I forget what that thing was. Like, did they talk anything about it, or did they just were like, here's this thing I made. There are a few things as peaceful and as beautiful, like little creatures like a slug, just living their beautiful lives. We get these tiny peeks into their world, and it's always amazing. They are so complicated for us all humans. Sometimes it's nice to just sit and watch. Slug living on a pear. Okay. When my AC went out, I popped the breaker with my fridge and PC running at the same time. What the fuck? Damn. Look at you being independent, ingenuitive. Take this beautiful piece that Christina made. It shows the beauty of a simple, yet use the beauty of complex simplicity that shows off the beauty of the complex simplicity that a slug lives. The world is beautiful, and oftentimes art is a representation of that beauty that we see in the world. Take this beautiful piece. Take this piece. Take this gorgeous piece that Christina created. It shows the beauty. It shows the complex simplicity. It appreciates the simple complexity of a slug living its best life on a pear. Okay, I'm being added for work. What is this? What I did was put all my stuff in the community fridge and put a bunch of t-shirts in the fridge to fix till they fit. That's fair. That's smart. So I joined the airline. Figure out why not everybody sees this. We figured out. So when you join, you are prompted with a set of questions, and if you're interact with them, you are given the role. If you do not interact with them, you can just hit finish and do not get a role. You can just continue this, or might need to try more aggressive role swapping or something. Do we have... If we had... Actually, I could do this now. I can add a bot to fix that, or I can see if Seeks bot can fix it. Bot room. Seeks. Actually, what is the... There's a help. Help emojis. Is it... I don't think StatBot can do it. I think Seeks does it. Help AI. Select the plugin which you need. Emojis. Seeks AI. Discord auto sign a role when joining server. I summon a role automatically when they do this. Discord's onboarding. And if you automatically you have too many options. The first is the onboarding feature, which is available in the community features with onboarding instead. Second option is to use a bot. The bot allows you. Okay. Can Seeks bot auto assign roles when joining a server? AC, so come goodbye plugin. Okay, gotta log in. Gotta log into the Seeks. What? Log in with Discord. Oops, sorry. I'm just gonna take the straw out. It's making me self-conscious. Oh, I need my authentication code. Where's my phone? Is it in my pocket? It is in my pocket. Muffin Dead. Why do we have Seeks? Just curious. I wonder what he does. Got it. I just saw something in Seeks that I really don't like. What does he do? Everything's paid for. Is the only plugins we have those two? Help emojis. Show this. Okay, we're using a different bot because I don't like that bot. That bot pisses me off a little bit. Because it has fucking NFTs. And you have to pay for literally every fucking thing. And that's really fucking annoying. So, we're not doing that. Next. Reaction rules, files, RBGs. This one should post in bot room next. So okay. Oh, okay. Alright, scroll down now. Oh, it doesn't say the welcome. Is he in here though? Where is Carlbot? Oh, there he is. It's robots. There we go. Alright, fuck you, Meeseeks. Fuck you. I don't want to see your shit here ever again. Do we have... I don't think we have a thing where it's like a reaction roll kind of thing. So I don't think it super matters. Wait, where'd my Reddit thing go? Where did my Reddit emoji go? Boop. What? Oh, there it is. And then Facebook. There you go. On the co-reaction. Roles, auto rolls, select an option, seeker, save. Just reassign role upon rejoining. Yes. Reassign roles, auto roles, save. These roles are assigned to any new member joins. If a member had roles before and rejoins, the roles also reassign. Okay. Game 40 pixels. This is the link to the auto roll stuff. It should be fixed now, though. Super easy shit. Fuck NFTs. Fuck NFTs, man. Fuck AI. Fuck eyes. Fuck Trump. Sorry, I needed to get that out of my system. Fuck. Okay. I'm okay now. This world is beautiful, and oftentimes art is a representation of the beauty that we see in the world. Take this gorgeous piece. Oh, also, fuck pedophiles, man. Fuck Jeffrey Epstein. Fuck billionaires. Fuck taxes. What happened? I missed everything. You're good. It wasn't a lot. The Meeseek spot, fuck. The Meeseek spot, I was looking at his stuff because we had him in the Discord server and I didn't know if he worked on roles or not. And so I was looking at him and then I found out this motherfucker has NFT shit and it fucked with my brain. And like TikTok has just been showing me so much news about the world lately. It's been pissing me the fuck off. And it's like, it's just all of it's pissing me off. I don't know what's going on. Fuck them. Fuck them. Don't give a fuck. God, don't fuck them. That's what they want. Fucking down with them. Crucifix them. Crucifix them. Crusade them. Burn them at the stake at the fucking non-whimsical creatures that they fucking are, man. That shit pisses me off. In the year 2026, we ain't afraid. Fuck all that bad shit, man. The bubble's about to burst, and I can't wait for when it does. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, that's all we're gonna talk about it. I tend to not talk about that stuff because I like the Milk Club to be a safe place for people to get away from the world, to have a good little time. But I gotta show my stance, and that's fuck 'em. I hope Satan has a fucking nice ass fucking hot rod for their fucking bare fucking asshole, bruh. Sorry. Okay, I'm good now. We're good. I'm fine. Going back to happy things now. All right. Oh, okay. All right. Art does at Nikon Europe. What is this? Oh, this is Nikon. I'm just stupid. The world's beautiful, and oftentimes art is a representation of the beauty that we see in the world. Take this gorgeous piece that Christina created. It appreciates the simple complexity of a slug living its best life on a pear. We, too, should slow down and eat the pears in life. Slugs aren't all life has to. You can't make art? Ha! That's hilarious. I mean, look at this. Creative photographer who, just because he can't paint, doesn't mean that he can't find alternative ways to paint with the tools. Also, how are you doing, Pocky? I hope you're doing well. With the tools that he does know how to move. Honestly, when I saw this, I was floored. Just so breathtaking. Good. Tired as always. Are you saying you're tired as always because you always come in here at the end of your day? You should get a break. Take a break. Take a break. I am on my way. Oh man, I just realized the stopper that's in my headphone is gone. My new earbuds come with these little stoppers that are supposed to help the bass, but I think it fell out, and that shit's so small, I'm not finding that shit. So if they fall out, they fall out. I have extras, but if they fall out, they fall out. Yeah, that's fair. Well, you should get a break. Go get some sleep. I really appreciate you coming in here, even though you're a busy film star creator. Even though you're crazy cool and crazy busy, I appreciate you. Ow, 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 my hair. Maybe that's why it came in with like 8. What, 8? 8? 8? 8? 8 what? Honestly, when I saw this one, I was floored. Art can be anything. Represent anything. as long as you put your love into it. I'm not busy and I'm not crazy. You're cool and you're awesome and you're talented, and even if you're not busy, you're living life, man, and that's really cool. I'm just chilling. I just need to finish this. Still, I appreciate it. I'm just listen. If we were to open our minds to the situation that we are in right now, Pocky, we are across the world from each other. I am just a gal on the internet that writes silly things, and you're a talented fucking dude that does awesome film stuff. The chances of us meeting were so small. The chances of our schedules even aligning so that we would meet are so small. The little miraculous miracle that led you to me, and the fact that you keep coming back to me, that any of you keep coming back to me, is a miracle, honestly, and I will appreciate it till the day that I die. Even if you feel like you're just chilling, each time that I get to talk to you guys is a miracle to me. So, eat that. I mean, anything, present anything, as long as you put your love into it. And it's definitely... over. How many feathers did the thing have? Anyway, I love you guys. How many feathers does this thing have? He talks about it. It says it's 5 pounds, 134 feathers. It has over 130 feathers. Art can be anything represent. This armor piece is definitely a work of love and art. There's over 50 feathers and countless hours. Poured and such a stunning, I can't spell, stunning video to watch. Man, I appreciate you streaming it always, every day. It's nice and chill, and you do more than you talk right now. You're doing great with the stuff you do. That means a lot, Pocky. I'm just trying to put out the good vibrations so that everybody around me can have good vibrations, so that maybe everybody around you can have good vibrations, and the world can be good. That's my only hope. I think that this armor piece is definitely a work of love and art, as it's definitely this armor piece is just, and this armor piece is just that, as it has over 135 and count hours of it, as it has 135 and countless hours of devotion poured into it, which is why it's such a stunning video to watch. I'm just stunning, I guess. I say peace a lot. How many times did I say peace? I only say it twice. This gorgeous artwork, this gorgeous, what did they call it? Is it a sculpture? Did someone say armor? Look at this, look at this. Oh, so look at this. It's feathers. They're feathers. There's 134 feathers. Good vibration are good, I guess. They are good. Every sound, every light is just a vibration. Every color is just a frequency. This shit's cool. He even did a little metal work on this to make it look more like feathers, which I think is really cool. Is this a sculpture? Do you make sculpture? Oh, this one has a frog on it. I'm gonna call it a little sculpture. I created this gorgeous sculpture. Do they show like the process of how they make these? Sculpting fruit. It's a sculpture. Okay. Art can be anything, represent anything, as long as you put your love into it. And this armor piece is just that. What is it? What would it technically be called? Does he have a name? It's like a pauldron, right? Pauldron? Pauldron is a 15th century shield. Yeah, it's a pauldron. This pauldron is just that. As it has, yeah, okay. I use big boy words. Anything you make it have to be good. I'm making it in my opinion. It's kind of like a pauldron, yeah. At least I think, because, like, it's, like, in the shoulder. Oh, wait. Like he called it a feather capelet. Oh. Called it a feather capelet. Oh, okay, well, maybe I should call it a feather. That's what he called it. I will call it that. And this feather capelet is just that. Okay. Caplet? Capelet. Capelet, 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 capelet. Oh, so you've been playing No Rest for the Wicked, right? Liking it? You liking it? Do you want to see my character? She's just kind of cute. Wait. Change your looks in No Rest for the Wicked. I'm just curious. Yee. Okay, hold on. You cannot freely change your character if you're in the body kind of initial creation. You can't alter your state by changing armor. The only face and body shapes are locked. The player feedback is a magic mirror. Okay, cool. I was curious. Do I? Hell yeah, I do. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm just gonna show it really quick. We're not gonna play any. We're not gonna play any. Listen here. We're not playing any No Rest for the Wicked. I'm just showing you guys my character because I want to, and I think she looks cool. Oh, yeah, me and Pixels played this game a good bit. Pixel plays it a lot more than I do, but I really like it. But I only play it when I have mental capacity for it. No, it's showing the hood. No, don't show the hood. A two-handed sword for a bit. Trying. Yeah, I've been doing two-handed claymores. Where is it? Where is it? Hide headgear. Why is it showing the headgear? No, 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 don't show the headgear. Aw, man. Aw, man. Hold on. We're not playing. We're not playing. I just want to show, chat. Guess you're gonna have to. No! No, we're not playing. We're not playing. I just want to. I gotta show you what it looks like with the head thing off. They're pretty fun. Trying to get the two-handed axe to be like my OC. Fair. I don't know. I think I'd use like if I were to use a weapon, I would use like a baseball bat. But I feel like two-handed weapons are like the closest that I got. Okay, wait. Wait, no. I think the inventory you can see better. Fucking. Yeah, this is my character. Fucking hold on. Prompt tail. This is my character. There's one challenge you know you want to. No! I'm really bad at the challenges. But this is my lady. She's got a little bun. And I like her top. Her top is nice. I wish I could. Can I unequip this? Can I unequip this? Unequip. Take it off. Take it off. Why won't you take it off? Is my keyboard okay? Probably because I play with controller. I don't know how to do this. I'm using this sword. Yeah, this one. Falstead's Fury. I just beat him last night. But my Claymore's better. My Claymore is better. But I have a cool outfit. And then I also have, like, this top. Not that one. This one. That's, like, better than what I have. But I don't think it looks better. But I really want to be able to, like, glamour stuff. But I don't think you can yet, which sucks. Why can't I unequip this? I want to show off my outfit. To be honest, it kind of looks better in here than it does. But, like, I like it a lot. I think I look cool. I got a big ass cape. But this game is awesome. It's nice they added co-op now and you don't need to be playing. Yeah, exactly. Like, people can just join in. It's very seamless. I applaud. Hold on. I do want to equip this, though. Oh, my pine staff. I can't equip it. Fuck. Okay. The game is telling me, play me or else. So I gotta quit the desktop. Yeah, no, I love that game. It's very, I love it so fucking much. Like, last night, I think Pixels and I were playing, and he was like, oh, just let me do this thing, and then we can get off. And I was like, you don't have to wait for me. Like, you don't have to, like, I don't have to be there for you to do this. You can just keep playing if you want, and then I can log off. Because he was doing, like, a bunch of menial stuff, and I was just like, you can just play. You don't gotta wait for me. And I was like, oh, true. Things like that are fast and typically better. Okay. Are we down to play with you anytime? But I would need to get my character leveled up first. No problem. I think you might be higher level than me. I don't play all the time. I'm level 12, I think. Because I only just killed that boss. The first boss. So. But I think that'd be cool. Be cool. All right, the horn is awesome. Okay, I think I did. The script's good now. Change cover. I don't think I've reached 10 yet. Fair. Take your time with game. On God, like it. Oh my God, they should add. No, they shouldn't. Well, maybe they should. They should have a PvP thing. I want to fight you. Be cool. I want to fight you. Like, I don't want it like Elden Ring where you can invade worlds, which I don't think that they'll do. But I think it'd be really cool if they had like a thing where like, because like there's so many different type of builds just like Elden Ring. Sorry, I got really excited. I think it would be really cool if you could just like fight your friends in like an arena. That'd be cool. Sorry, I'm like dying a little bit. Alright, we're gonna do cool boom cat now. Believe any of it. How better than this? Cool boom cat. They say they confirm for when 1.0 like arena matches and such. Yes! Fuck yeah, that's so cool. We can have no rest for the Wicked Knights then. I'll fight ya. I'll fight ya. We'll do a, like fucking we'll do like what's it called? What's it called when you do that thing? What's it called when you do tournaments? We could do like a tournament where it's like boop 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 and then people fight. That'd be cool. Yeah, we could do tournaments. That'd be kind of cool. I think a tournament would be cool. 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, 5 years, 5 years, 2 years. Fuck. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 3 years, 4 years. Okay, I need a top 30 days. Let's do top 30 days. Nailed it. Has. My ear kind of hurts. But yeah, we'll definitely do that when it comes out. Beezy! Pin. Beezy. Beezy. I'm just gonna tell Beezy she's the best. Beezy, Mona, Meezy. Here. Just wanted to remind you you're awesome and the best. Okay. Howdy. My name is Kat. I never forget Cat Camera. Okay, so this is goals about me rigging. Wait, is this the... I forgot. Art mint. Lady She's one. Thank you for the alert, Talking Goat. Maincoow, are you gonna get the new K-pop Demon Monopoly deal game? Excuse me? Excuse me, there's a K-pop Demon Hunters Monopoly? Demon Hunters Monopoly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, okay. K-pop Monopoly. Also, welcome on in, Elite Squid. I have never played Monopoly Deal. What does this mean? Is this like Deal or No Deal? What does this mean? What is Deal? Hey, can you explain this to me? We got K-pop Demon Hunters Monopoly before GTA 6. Oh, bad timeline, man. Bad timeline. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. I want to look up something because I want this for my rig. How to draw VTuber tail. Fluffy. I think it'd have to be straight down. VTube, how to rig a fluffy tail in live 2D. Hold on, I gotta look this up real quick. I think it does have to be straight though. I think the more I look at it, it has to be straight and then you morph it into... Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta add Dozy for this. Tail wag VTuber. I want to see. That's crazy. On God. This is the outdated method. Do they have a new tail thing? Where's the new tip series? Tail. Do they have? Because this one says it's outdated. VTuber tail rigging. Fluffy. Because I like mine, but I feel like I just want it a little different. Just want it a little different. I'll just ask. I'll ask Ozu first. Oh, where is Ozu? I wish you could pin people in your DMs. I really wish you could. Oh. One other thing I thought of. Would you be able to draw in like a straight... How to draw a VTuber tail for rigging. I don't know if I have any friends that have like a tail. So it's like It's hard to, like, get examples. Sorry for the burp. I didn't mean to burp. I just want to know. People have it straight drawn like can flow like this. Second. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I'm thinking about things. Hold on. Fluffy tail. Oh, I put money in your pocket. VTuber. Can't write VTuber. I want fluffy tail. Can I not save this GIF? Separation, and then GIF. Is this just the tail? Like, just the tail? Like, how is it separated? Use the outline layer. Is this just... I think it's just... Oh, it's just straight down? I don't know. I didn't know! Okay. Let's pick. Uh-oh, where did that video go? Oh no, did I not download it? So that's converting. Hi, Dog Sweaters Monthly. Hello. Oh, my brain. My brain is confused. Okay, there we go. I keep clicking on all the wrong things. This is one. Bork. Bork. Does work? Just once. It does. Like straight tail like the most left. Okay. Okay, Ellen's done being a goober. Okay. Alright. Don't mind me. I was just being a goober. Okay. V-stars. This needs a transfer files folder, so I can move these over here. And then I need this. And then I need this. I need this 47 underscore cool boom cat. And then I gotta look at this clip. Got an updated Excel sheet thing for myself. Ooh, no, I fucked up. Insert. Hold on, I just want this background to be darker. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo this entire sheet, I think. File. Let's just undo the whole thing I did. File. Make a copy. Share with the same people. Make a copy. Okie dokie. And then let me do the other thing. My drive. Open. Okay, cool. Main model. Overview. Checklist. Actually, I will share those with you guys just because I think it might be important to like. Because I know there might be a few of you in here that want to become a VTuber, so I think it might be important to show this, I guess. This is just my Excel sheet that I have for my artist and my rigger, so that way I can keep organizing all the things that we have to do and stuff that, like, I would like to do, or like, you know, what we have planned. I don't have any of the images on my computer that I'm thinking of, so I can't put that in here yet. But I am gonna make this so it's not as much of a flashbang. I'm going to make it. Let's do a custom. I'd like to make it like a gray blue. Look at me, just getting distracted every second of the day. Ew, this is like too gray. And just make it like a dark blue. Yes. And then this one over here. And then we're gonna move this up here. Then we're gonna undo this. And then I'm gonna make this white. I think I'm gonna have to make everything a white text. There we go. I don't like any of these fonts. And then this can be a lighter blue. Nope. Boop, boop. Oh, need you guys to move up. Paste you guys, and then, oh wait. Oh, I fucked up. I put that up one a little bit too high. And then, let's see, I have this that I also want to put in here. And then do this. And then these are going to be centered because I think I'm going to make all of this into one sheet, I think is my plan. Because I think that might be better. But I'm not completely sure. Oops. Boop. And then these guys, I want. Boop. And then these. I want those to be a lighter blue. And then we can do that. And I like these centered. And then we can. And then these are centered, and then make it lighter, and then these. There you go. Actually, I can just do it this way. And then. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete this really quick. Delete column. I'm gonna clear this. We're gonna make this vitamins compatible. And then we're gonna change this to, I think, description. And then the longest one we have is this one. And also, this was before I learned the thing that I learned, which is you should do it like this. You shouldn't really combine things, in my opinion. Just make it so that it works good on its own, like that. This one. Oh, nobody. Oh, Okay, Elena's being a little dumb. Okay, there you go. There you go. And then this will be like notes. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. Rabbit, run, run, run. I would like these to have a side thing that's lighter, that's not that light. That light and that thick, okay. And I don't really like this. Ooh, Elena's a little confused. Okay. Guys, I can't wait to debut. Debut? I can't wait to debut. It's gonna be so cool when everything is done. And I don't know, it might not... Sorry, hold on, I'm trying to hear my tongue. It might not be the same for everybody, but it's kind of like... when I'm not having to think about having a model and all the things I'd want with my model because I already have all the things. You and I... Sorry, I just liked the song. It's kind of like... How do I put it? I don't know how to put it. It's kind of like... It's more exciting because then I can think about literally anything else. It's like if you were like... you could magically be prepared for basically everything physically, like appearance wise, and it's like you could just focus on other things. I don't know if this makes sense, but yeah. I don't know how to explain it other than it's just like... It's just nice to be able to only have to think about, literally not my VTuber. Are you talking about brand consistency? And I'm talking about, like, my model being done. Like, I'm so excited for this model because, like, I'm gonna be honest, this model is a forever model. What I'm doing now is this model that I have here is meant to be the model that I have that carries me until I basically die. Or maybe, like, until I get big enough that, like, having a 3D model or going into a 3D model or other models makes sense for me. But being a small... Because, like, I have been very blessed, I would like to say, with the rigor and the artist that I have, being able to make me expressive and silly in the way that I can be. And I love this model a lot. And, you know, I've been very lucky that I've had things in my life that allow me to spend my luxury money on this kind of thing. Like, my hobby is VTubing. I don't, like, and food, you know? Like, I think those are, like, my biggest, like, spending hobbies. Like, instead of going out to see movies or going to concerts or cons, I stay here. I have a VTuber model, you know? And, I just thought about another thing that I kind of wanted. I think it's fine. I kind of don't want it anymore the more I think about it. But, I don't know. I'm just excited. I can't explain how excited I am to have this model done. And like obviously I'm not rushing it. I'm not like, oh, I wish it was done today, right now, or anything like that. It's just exciting. It's an exciting idea. You making your own model? Yes, I said if I became partner, I would make a 3D model. So instead of being 2D, I'd be 3D. And that will open a lot of doors, but that would take a lot of time, and unless I can do this full time, I can't justify making that 3D model. But I'd be really excited for the day that comes. Cause I don't think the day is impossible. I just think the day is, I don't know, miles away, if you know what I'm saying. But I'm excited nonetheless, and I just like this model getting done is like just a big stepping stone that I have been waiting. I have been waiting for I could find out, actually. I could tell you how long I've been waiting for this to be done. I've been waiting for 3 years. I've been waiting for roughly 3 years to have this model, this debut. This debut I've been waiting for 3 years. And I am so fucking ready, dude. I am so unbelievably excited. I am so fucking like I can't, I don't know if I can explain like how just fucking excited I am to debut the model, to talk about the model, to show every little bit that I have that I've been planning. And like a lot of it you guys have already seen it, to be fair. I'm not good at keeping secrets, obviously, but it's like it's such an exciting thing. And like I feel silly because I'm always like thinking of things that like my model could have, but I feel like I've come up with a list where I'm like, we ready as fuck, to be honest. I'm ready to. I'm so excited because it's like, it'll just be so lived in that everything else around it, I'm just, it's gonna be so great, and I'm just so excited, and I like, like I just, I'm so excited to show you guys, and like we can work. In my opinion, it kind of feels like there's like 10 other things that we can focus on once that's done. I'm jumping on tables. No, you're not. Get off them tables. It ain't no monkey business. You get off them tables, boy. But I'm just excited. I'm just very excited for what's to come. And this model being one of those, like, what's to come kind of things is just very exciting for me. And, like, it finally getting, like, polished off, man. Ugh. Hold so young. Insert. Let's remove this. I'm just so excited. Dropping off tables, flipping tables to know how it looks like. It's just, like, you guys, I've been streaming with this model for a while. You guys have seen some of the outfits that are coming along with it. I'm kind of keeping one of them on the DL. The second one you saw me design, but you haven't seen it in its final form yet. So I'm really excited about that. It's just, I'm so excited. I think those are the other ones, yes. I think this is... this one is... Yeah, I have both. So this is heart hand. This is holding tail. With... What hand do I do this with? The right hand? The day comes, I'm gonna get drunk watching the stream. Oh God, do not. Why is that the plan? Why alcohol, bud? Why? To be honest, I was originally gonna have it for my, custom pen follow mouse input arm. Why not? I think it's just because I don't like it. Just because I don't like drinking. But, I mean, sure, fuck it, whatever. As long as you promise to drink water. Just chatting. Yeah, these don't really need descriptions, I don't think. Is the visual reference, does it have my model stuff in it? Hi, Moon. Oh. I'm really bad at keeping secrets, as you can tell, but it's okay. I don't think any of these are... Yeah, I don't have my, like... I don't have these in here yet. I don't show that one. I drink water every day. Like, come on. Okay, I'm just making sure. I don't use this emotion often. I have this, though. I have to use that one more often. Okay. And then I can remove this guy. I don't... I'm actually gonna move this out a little bit. Insert smart, no, into drop down. Art, whip, art done, rig whip, done. How's it going? Good, how are you? Orange, yellow, green, done. Done. Oh my god, it's too small. Okay, and then let's center it. All these are done. Oh, me. This one's done. This one's done. I'm good. Unrelated, I have 2 new emotes I think you'd like. Show me! Also, hold on. I need to check some. I don't think this works with this, so I have to find out. Painted farmer. Does that work? Hold on. It doesn't. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Boop, boop. Oh, I didn't do poopies. Well, I have you to finish this model. Listen. I'm not the one finishing the model. Shout out to, hold on. Shout out to Beezy. Shout out to Ozumi Wizard and Beezy. Wait, model credits. Shout out to these 2 people that they make my life worth living. Outside of you guys. Is that a little flip off emote? Is that a little fuck you? That's cute. That's actually really cute. I think these are rig whips, actually. Ah, fuck, what's wrong? Shout out to them. I think these are all rig whips. I'm back, bitches. Welcome back. We've missed you. How's it going? Let's see. Animations. Animation. Oh, nope, it's this one. Let's say animations. I'm just gonna put these on our whip, and then I'm gonna negate these, and then I'm just gonna paste these. I think I have 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I really have a nose wiggle. I just kind of do that myself. Yeah, I think that's fine. idle, sleeping, blow kiss, waving. Okay. Got a shower, then I'm a game. Maybe I'll lurk. Maybe I don't. Maybe not. Maybe I'll lurk. Maybe not. No. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful time gaming. I'm in school, bitches. You're in school. How is it? How is it? Waving. This one's done. This is rig whip, I think. This is a law. This would trigger with the loss tracking. Hi, Mark. Welcome on in. Hi, Rainer. Thank you for the check-in. Welcome on in. I'm actually turning stuff in right now. Ooh, good job on doing your homework. Of tracking, but I don't think it works with vitamins connected. Got in a bad romance. Okie dokie. And then what's next? Hey, Elaine, knock knock. Who's there? Who's there? Oh, and I might get a job if I do good at this interview. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, you get that job, Pookie. You get that job. You get that job. A heat mop? A heat mop who? Oh, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, it's I only 1, 2, 3, 4. I only need these ones. Okay. Huh? Have I missed something? I feel like I missed something here. Man. Vent you and me current a bad romance. You have what? 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 What up? Hey, Orwell. Hello. Did you get food? Thank you for the wellness check. Say it a few. Heat. A heat mop? Who? Heat. Are you making me say I eat my poo? Yep, ate dinner. How was dinner? How was dinner? I'm upset now. Fuck. Rude. Rude. Want your love and I want your revenge. No, I want your love. I wanna be friends. I don't know more. I do not.
Wow, beautiful. Wow.
Oh, wow. Beautiful. Wow. Hey, what's up, Rat? Welcome on in. Hey, Elaine, are you Russian? Huh? No. No. I'm American. No! That's not where I thought that was going. God damn it, Vexed. God damn it, Vexed. Why are you like this? It costs $0 to be this way. Quick hello, goodbye for the good Twitch numbers. Oh, hello and thank you. Re-lurk? What's re-lurk mean? Well, thank you for the lurk, though. That was a good one, that was. No! No. No, stop it. I'm not reading chat anymore. I'm not reading chat anymore. Does this have no? Okay, wait, Elaine. What's up? What? I love you. I love you too. Did you know CJ? No! Vex, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading it. 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 This one's done. I wonder if I should switch these two. Still got it. It's okay. This one's good. This one's done. This is being worked on. This is done. This one's rig whip. This one is done and done. Additional tracking feature. And then this one, what is this called? This is other. And then, oh man. What's happening? Oh, it's got alternated? What the fuck? Wait. Wait, whoa. What have I done? I had like be I folded. Okay, there we go. Okay, hold on. Boop. Boop. Oops. It's done. Let's get started. Oh fuck, what? What happened? What happened? Oh, what the fuck? Please be safe. Please be fucking safe. Oh, holy shit, please be safe. Please. I'm begging, Vex. That is fucking terrifying. Yeah, for sure. Like, that shit ain't no joke. Please, guys, remember to be careful out there. Please be safe. For real, they were on my cancel. Like, can they not? Yeah, on God. Like, that's so fucking stupid, dude. Just leave the kids alone. They're trying to better their education. Fucking pissing me off. What happened to your life? What happened to your life? This one. And I saw again. Oh, did you see the viral? Yup. Thank God for that. Like, holy shit. Really, we really shouldn't have to be like worried about shit like that, you know? Like, that's just incredibly insane to me. Wiggly. Just don't know if I want to put this here or not. I feel like I kind of want to put this over here. Huh? Oh, is it because of this guy? Oh. Welcome to your life. To your life. Oh my gosh. Let's remove this guy. Wait, is it because of him, actually? Again. I can do anything.
Open
Oh my
goodness!
goodness!
Open
Welcome on in, everybody. How are you doing? Hello. How's it going? I'm currently just making an Excel sheet for my own personal little brain, but how's it going? No! Ads, you bitch. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The ads were timed so poorly. Okay, we'll wait. Hold on. We'll wait. Hold on. We can wait. Hold on. We'll wait. I'm doing good. Okay, wait. I'll respond once the ads are over, because the ads are being mean. So we'll wait. Well, 15 seconds. 15 seconds. I won't say shit. Who lived agile? Let's go, Naomi! I hope you're doing well. Okay. 2 seconds. 1 second. And it's over. Okay. Welcome on in, Raiders. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with me. I'm taking a little break from work to make a little Excel sheet that I have for planning my VTuber stuff. Because my model is still being worked on. And I just really wanted to make sure that I got it kind of organized for my rigger, because they deserve that. What? What do you mean that I can't put that there? What do you... Oh, it's because of that guy, isn't it? Whoops. Thank you for the check-in, Naomi. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We're just hanging out, doing our do. Okay, there we go. I think that will be better. Now we can have one more here. Yeah! But I have one other problem. I forgot. I hope you're ready and go carry yourself. I am. Thank you for the check-in. And no, we're doing great. We're just hanging out. Just talking about being a VTuber. Oh, I might as well just do this then. And then I can update it when I'm done. But yeah, we're just making a little status sheet so that way. Good lurk. Thank you, Naomi. But yeah, no, we're just hanging out, just doing silly goobery things instead of working for a little bit. Boop boop. Okay, so those are all done. These are rig whips. These are rig whips. Give me them. These. Put those here. Put this here. And then this in here. This one is done. This one is. This one. That one's done. That one's done. That one's being worked on. That one's being worked on. That one's done, actually. This one. This one's done, and this one's done. Socks are so stupid. Why are socks stupid? Why do you say this, my friend? We need this. We can remove that. And I actually, this whole thing should be, except for you, should be left justified. Because sock's too long. Just fold the sock over itself. At the top, just fold the sock over itself. Easy. When you find an old picture of us. There we go. And then this one on this side. And then I'm just going to make all of these left justified. Because that makes the most sense to me. Okie dokie. With the other hair. I need. I don't need this. I don't need this anymore. It looks like the arms are this. Notes. I think everything needs that. The sweater is toggled on the back. Where is the cardigan? The back of the cardigan on the right arm is missing. Painted outfit, the shorter sleeve cuff is in front of the arm. Bad, bad news, one of us is gonna lose. Cow cardigan, overalls. This one is called Painted Farmer. That one, and then this one. And then there we go. Okay, there we go. Lane model list 2026. And then I think this was all good now. Install short. I'd like this to be in a slightly different text, I think. Or maybe bolded. Like column. Yeah, these ones are all done. So it's like these bottom bits that need actually these ones are still in work in progress now I think about it. Also, I didn't split these like I'm supposed to. Oh no. Let me fix that. There we go. Good, 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 good. And then input. Actually, move that. Move it. Boop. And I can delete column. There we go. Hold on. I just want more down one side. It looks like okay. Currently paused. Actually, that's fine. Okie dokie. Notes. Longest to make sure it works with all outfits. Yeah, this is a layering issue that I saw. Ooh. Oh, that's how I did that? Oh, fuck knuckles. Why did I do it like that? Boop. Boop. How many? Boop. Delete column. I'm just gonna make it a square. Just like this one. So -1. And I put this in here, and that's pretty good. Okay. Type layering issue. Actually don't know if I want to do that. I really should be taking pictures of these, so hold on. I'm going to put this in here for now so I can finish what I was working on. Okay, there you go. Okay, now I can go back to what I was working on, because I'm a goob. About this one. I'm sure, but the bell is, what does it say? I think I could do it with this one. Video editing, V stars. This one. This will be the intro. And then I Go to the about. Okay. I was just about to say lies. Okie dokie. This is stuff I try to look over a little bit better. Howdy. This here is cat. Our local cat girl with a cowgirl hat. Let's see what else about cat. Let's see. Let me look at their Discord. Not the Discord, the TikTok. So apparently, if you ask Vest if she wants to see the inside of a food truck, then yeah, I could honestly, I could believe that. I could on God believe that. Is that a live X? 'Cause I feel like that's true. I think if someone was like, "Would you like to see my food truck?" you would be like, "Yes, please." I don't know. I think that's kind of accurate, to be honest. To lie, trust me. But it feels like something that you would do, though. If I'm honest, that entirely sounds like something you would do, though. Like, I don't know what to tell you other than that just sounds on brand. I'm sorry, it does. Apparently a food truck is a good vehicle to kidnap. Shut up. Stands here awkwardly. I'm not a liar. Okay? I don't lie about things. So you're gonna have to pick and choose your battles here, soldier. I thought I could use this one. It's pretty cute. I mean, now. Sorry. Boop. Boop boop. Boop boop boop. Boop boop. Oh, back save. Save. There you go. Export. Are you having fun? It's almost over. It's just begun. Can I tell Buster to shut up, please? Buster, if you could just take the volumes and just take it and then put it all the way down and then take knob and then throw it out the window for Vex, please. Thank you. Just for a little bit, though. There's an air tag on it, so you can get it back later. Just for this current moment. I have been told to tell you to do this, so. Yup. How do you this kind of how often do they stream? History. No. Okay. Do they have a schedule? Yeah. Is done. I don't know how often they stream. It's bad I tell the truth. Hey, listen, sometimes getting called out is the worst thing you can do to a person, you know? Calling them out. I would know it. This will be streaming when needs to DLC that day. You can join cat So take a shot and follow our rootin' cat girl over and her artist over on her socials. Let me ask Kat. Actually, she's streaming right now. Wait, does she have it in here? Where are they? Oh shit! I don't want to do this while she's okay. Fuck. Is she still streaming? Maincoow shy. Writing scripts. Don't want to be wrong. Okay. Okay, Cat's distracting and I don't have to reply. Okay. I needed that tab, god damn it. I was like, quickly escape, but I fucked up because I need things. I need things from Cat. Okay. God damn it. Okay. Streaming one of the ranchers doesn't be too much. You can join Cat as she plays a variety of games. Yeah, of games over on Twitch. I think it's, yeah. Ranging from FPS games to... Do they talk about the games that they play? Socials. Let me look at their TikTok again. There's one before we was gone. She's practicing her aim in games like Marvel Rivals. I wish you could see what a person streams the most. Or just plan anything else they can get their cowgirl paws on. I reckon there always be fun times to be had with Cat. Yeah, this here is Cat, our local cat girl with a cowgirl hat. How long was Lutharia's video, V-Stars? I don't know because it's not in here because it's over here. How long was this? 28 seconds? So I need to add I think I need to add a little bit more of this. Are they still part of V Ranch? It doesn't look like it. VRange might have closed. Oh, I forgot what it was. It no, it wasn't VRange. It was like something else. It was like it's like a cowboy VTuber group. Oh. Um. Cat girl with howdy howdy howdy. This here is Cat, a local cat girl with a cowgirl hat. Show you a good time and hopefully you with a ray of sunshine. Your gloomy days. Yeah, there you go. Oh, why is this here? Oops. Still fighting. I don't feel like noise in my dreaming. Oops. Did I copy that? I did. Cool. Cat girl. Cowboy. Okay. Realize I had. I covered. Okie dokie, and now we have one more. Which is, oh wait, I have to download clips though. Hitting. I don't feel like ignore. I'm more like us. Save. Boop. That's a better intro. Okay, cool. Open link a new tab. Open link a new tab. Can we do top 30 days, maybe? Save. Save. Let's see. Dead by Daylight. Call of Bodie. Bawatwo. Mob Arrivals. A good spread. It's a good spread, chat. Good spread. Did I get this one already? I did not. Cool. I have to write down how many clips I tend to grab, because that would be very helpful. V stars and browser bytes. How many did I grab for this? Not including intro or me recording. It was 10. Yeah, this is 13. Cool. And then I also grabbed their artist. Oh my god. There you go. Clemency, make it. Okay. And I might have to go for Blue Sky for shy stuff. I think. Oh my god, forgot Zoobie-Bop was the one that made their model. That's so cute. I'm trying. I'm an excellent VTuber artist, game designer. Let's explore the stars together. Explore the stars, where you'll find. Don't be afraid to go. Explore the stars. You can follow. Amazing. Vintage shy. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you, Taylor. Mwah. They, them. Perfect. I need art. I think I do follow them on Blue Sky. I think that's mainly where I follow them. Oh, they're taking a hiatus. Fuck, is this a bad time? Oh shit, that's a bad timing a little bit. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think. Oh boy. Anywho, I need to go to the bathroom. We'll be right back. Shy is deciding whether they want to be a streamer or not, and then doing the video I don't know would make it better or worse, so I will not do that, I think. Twitter, Vegan, Twitch, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, Twitter, Vegan. No, Twitter, Twitch, Vegan. It should be Twitter, Twitch, Vegan, I think. Twitch, Twitter. Nope. Oh, they're TikTok on here, which is interesting. Because I found them on TikTok. Oh, I went to their portfolio. Okie dokie. Yeah, but that, boop, 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 boop. I need art. I need art. I don't want to use art that they tend to use on all their stuff. What's their current profile picture? Bond age. It's the one where they're putting up their hair. Okay. Oh, so much scrolling. Do they have I was trying to see if they had the art that they use anywhere around here, but I don't think they do. Thank you for hip hip. This art is really pretty. Alright, copy image. I'll just use this one. Ooh. This one. Okay, there we go. And then let's go do this one. Nope, not that one. This one, this one. 71 underscore. Moving her hips, moving her in, sing her lips, whispering in my ear that you know that. Export this one, 71, Save, close. We can close all of these now because I don't think we need this anymore. Not, at least for not right now. Insert image in cell. Purple. Wonder what they tag their stuff as, if they do. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Slowly. Arrow, ace. Non-binary. I want to see. Oh, do they have this in their thing? Weep. They had their bread bakery. Because they had like a picture that showed a lot of the buns off that they did. Is absolutely cooking kitchen. Amazing. They create ranging from meat bun bread? Meat bun bread, meat bun bread. Delicious meat bun bread to I win and then go to the end to the light. Kiss me. Whoa, whoa, what is I was doing something and I forgot. Oh, I remember what I'm doing. Okie dokie. Ready for the media to ranging has two designs and even I mean oh no. How do I say their name? Uh-oh. T? T, okay. This lovely Arizona numbers are actually cooking in the kitchen. With a T. T's. From delicious meat bun bread YCH's. See, T often streams over on Twitch, yapping their days away as they what they do. Their days away as they create pops into their brain as they draw. It's another one of those things where I need to record my screen for this. Wait, I wanted to do the portfolio instead. Well, the surprise me bundles are cute. Oh, the little chibi charms are very cute too. Oh, the wings are cool. Why am I getting bean bucks? Because you're hanging out. That's how you get bean bucks. I put them in your pocket. It's random. It's random whose pocket I go into, and I just pop a little money in your pocket. You know. Don't worry. It's a safe pocket. Uh, 153. How long was that one? My ear hurts. 33. Okay, so I can write a little bit less than that one. Funny meme drawings. Grab yourself a slot. Yeah. A slot. Yourself to get their amazing art over on VGen. Spread of their talent really shows. Where the spread of their talent really shows. Yeah, okay. Okay, the fun thing. Fun idea pops into their brain as they draw. Can find a lot of their content here on TikTok as well. Often post. There's a post on drawing or in general topics they enjoy talking about. This lovely arrow is not very. You can grab yourself a slot. You can grab a slot for yourself to get some of their amazing art over region where they start. I don't really trust she's abilities. What happened here? Oh man. T's abilities range from delicious red round tattoos and you can grab yourself a slot. Okay, I think that's good. I think that's cute. Sweaterini. Tested them yesterday with. What are bean bucks? It's the thing that you're betting with. Things that you bet with, that's bean bugs. Oh my god, Lost in the Land, I'm so sorry. Doom scrolling a VGen. I wasn't doom scrolling it. I was scrolling it for the video because I'm highlighting that artist on my TikTok. My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little blind. I'm sorry. Everything in front of me is a lot brighter than what's to the left of me, and Google Excel Sheets doesn't have a dark mode unless I just want to invert all the colors, which I don't want to do because that would make me even more sad. But welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Hello. Yes, versatility always inspires me to ideas. Damn, look at you, Pocky. Good job. Yes, in the first always ready to draw new ideas. We rich. We rich. 2K. Oh my god. There's like a leaderboard command, isn't there? Actually, I'm not gonna do that in case that makes you, that you're not the top. So I like the song. It inspires me to draw new ideas. So they drew me as a scrunkly baby once, and it's my favorite. It's one of favorite pieces of art I have. Okay. Well, it's done now. I just need clippies. I guess I'll take a screenshot of this. It's easier. I just do this. Seems like. Let me ask Boffy something. Good for tomorrow at. For Thursday. 4:00 p.m. Go. Cakes and I know it's last time. Okay, and then oh no, I have to download a VOD. Oh fuck. I'll do this one and this one. Because they're only an hour long. They're much shorter than my normal ones. Are you alright? Already alright? Can you not download these? I just need this part. if we down. Okay, did the thing work? Thing is working. Cool. Awesome. Yep. Excited. Okay, so I just gotta... I do have to do this like this, I think. Save. There you go. And then I can see. And then I think this one. And then... My brain's getting overstimulated. Okay, we're good. Discord has a new built-in feature that would translate if you do type. Oh shit, Orwell, I'm sorry. Cool. I don't know which one that was actually. Desktop, this one. Oh, it's still downloading. Okay. Circles. Okay. Is that? That is kind of all that they're doing in this VOD, because it's not like an 8-hour VOD, so they're not doing like a bunch of different things. But that's fine, because I can just grab another one, I think. And then, let's see. Yeah, I think I can scrub through this one, and then, like, this one will be good to use as, like, another one, because they don't have a lot of clips, which is fine. Not that big of a deal. This is not what I want. Okay. That's not what I want either. I want this one. Upload cover image. Doop, doop, doop. I have to add a thing. Edit labels. Doop, doop, doop. Then I need to edit dates, which is this next Friday at 200 is what I put it at, even if I change it. Save, save. Dates, Wednesday, save, save. Tuesday. Wait a minute. This one, edit dates is Saturday. Wait, no, wrong Saturday. Edit dates, it's the Saturday. There you go. Boop. Okay. I think that's it for that. I'm gonna close this for now. We're gonna go to Enshrined. We're gonna close this group. I'm gonna leave it. Name of the song request. Okie dokie, that's gonna download it there. I'm gonna put this one here. Where happened to the other clips? Oh, the other clips go into the other folder? Fucking damn it. I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. What? I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. Oh, there they are. Okay, cool. I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. Thank you for the song request, Pockies. Thank you for the songs. I appreciate you. Okay, nope, I still needed that open. Let me highlight this one. Sorry. How do that what? Type at time. Time without the... Thank you. Just type the time after. I think it only works on PC though. Oh fuck! I keep closing things, and it's pissing me off. I like the pacing of this song. Oh my god, my mouse is lagging. Okay. Close this guy. Asset list, enshrined, script list. Hello, Moira. Oh, nope, she left. Okay. Yes. And then this one I'm gonna talk about, the swamp. The swamp. Need that. Just. I need to do it in Discord. Okay, cool. Brightly lit. Low visceral zone. Sour runic corruption lock. Stronger than a breeze will disrupt the ash layer of the ground, creating. Ooh. Okie dokie, and then I need this here. Is it in here? Is it in the gallery? I don't think it is. Workables ads. Fuck. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, Jesus Christ. I keep forgetting about that thing. Game directors. And is that technically the swamp? I can't spell. Yeah. We've been developing. Enshrined is the swamp. Actually, I think stronger than a breeze will disturb the ash layer on the ground. Okay. Breeze will disturb the ash layer on the ground. Anything stronger than a breeze within the storm, stronger than a breeze in the swamp, will disturb the ash layer. Obscurement. An environment. Oh, fuck. I need help then. I need your input, please. Okie dokie. Okay. So I'm doing the swamp, but you guys don't really have a descriptor of the swamp. Is that in a different document, or is that just not done yet? So you have like the entities, but I'm not seeing like a description of.
This is vibes, themes, sorry.
It's okay.
Where do I put that?
Is it biome inspiration? Would it be that one?
Maybe that's the document I'm looking for. Okay, there's. I'm looking for the. Yeah, I need to go to the documents, design documents. Biome inspiration. There's one that we sent out to people that I think already added some more like flavor to.
Swamp runic corruption?
Nope. It was essentially just a more fleshed out version of the biome inspiration document.
You guys didn't link it anywhere I could have it?
No, it's definitely in here. Let me just send it to you.
Oogie. This has to be done by when? May? I might have to delay this further than... how many Entity of the Weeks do we have? We have 2, and then 1, and then 2, 3, and then 1. Okay, maybe I'll pause on this script then. 1, 2. Because this one will come out... This one will come out 2nd, the 9th, the 16th, the 23rd, and then the 2nd of March. This one will come out. Will we have art of the swamp at all by March?
By March?
Yeah, like the environment. Or is any art that relates to it outside of creatures?
The only thing we have right now is the long Kickstarter image, which is, technically might change the vibe a little bit, but that's technically the swamp. Will we have
Goober, hello, Moon.
environment art by March?
Yeah, because it's like, I've been finding art that kind of matches, like, the theme. But if I'm going to talk about the swamp, I feel like we should have a picture of the swamp.
That's fair.
And considering I can't ask for any other biomes because we don't have any other biomes done. Why am getting Beanbug? Pocky, I'm about to make you a little command. You keep asking me this every hour, why I keep putting money in your pocket. It's because I want it, man. You just got a big open pocket that I just got to shove little money into. And just because it's random. It just happens.
Yeah, so because don't think biome art is at the top of the priority list, but if you want to kind of put that on RD's radar as far as like, could we have something?
It's just like I can make a video. I made a video about magic, eldritch, runic corruption. I haven't done the character traits.
I would wait a bit for that, at least a couple weeks.
I mean, this is coming out March 2nd.
Okay.
Is it random? Yeah, it's random. I don't control it. So
and you're welcome to say like, hey, could we get like move some of this art around, because it all has to get done in the same time period anyway. But like at some point you're like, hey, could we get like an environment piece sooner? That is fair feedback. But the current
like I think even if I think I could do it.
So I'm gonna say is like currently this stuff is all getting art. So right now, Sab, like we have the tree. We're gonna have he's making another plant this week. So we're gonna be doing like at least a plant a week.
That's fine, but the plants go in here.
Okay.
The specific plants need to go in here.
So here's the problem. We're not gonna have an environment piece until we have like more of the plants and creatures done, because they're gonna be in the environment piece.
Right. So that makes sense, but so what do you want me to do instead?
As far as like a video topic,
Yeah.
or like for imagery, what's the
Both.
Okay.
Because like with the light mastery, I could just put like something that's green that we have art of, and then put this on top of it, which is kind of okay. Because I don't have a time lapse of the light mastery, so I can't make a video on that one. So I've decided that each of these have to have a time lapse video with them at the very least. That's why I asked Saba to record everything that he does. So I mean, I'm kind of ahead of the game here, so if you want, I could, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 ready here. I only have 3 ready here. I need to change this cover. So if you want, I could just hold off to see what more you guys write.
might not be a bad idea.
Cause like for that one, we're all the way up till March, and that's a long time, in my opinion, for you guys to like, or end of February essentially, for you guys to like get stuff done. So maybe I just wait a little bit, see what you guys get done, and then.
Yeah, that's fair, because like we're definitely gonna have more creature stuff, more like adventure biome stuff. I don't think we're gonna be starting on like bigger art pieces yet, though. We're definitely like this month for art is definitely like creatures and plants focused, and then maybe exploring.
That's fine. I mean, like this month we're starting with how do we build Enshrine. You can't spell Eldritch without Enshrined. Magic in our world, runic corruption, more like overview stuff.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know what other overview stuff to start covering before I get into the biomes.
We'll have the player traits rework thing. We're trying to finish this month.
This one, because I'm afraid that it might be too unique. I'm afraid of people stealing it if we make a video about it.
I would keep it vague. I guess if you don't think this is a good idea, go for it. I would. My thought is like we would just kind of like summarize like more so the intention of it, like the goals of the system are to evoke these feelings.
Okay. So.
I would not. I agree with you. Like we should not make a video that's like this is our system.
Yeah, which is why I do need you to read these at some point to make sure I'm not giving too much away, because I am essentially taking what you guys write and just making it into script format. Goals of character system. Okay, then. So essentially, I should be making at least one video of each of these then.
I think that's a good.
Because biome inspiration. I kind of put in here already.
Yeah, I'd say like you kind of like alluded into it. But each of the individual biomes like have their own fucking like 3 paragraphs of.
Yeah, that's why like those can be its own thing. I haven't done the gods yet, so I could do that one. So I just kind of want to plan out like, because this one is more broad spectrum, and then I guess I could go into biomes more specifically.
Is this doc in the Google Drive, or is this in your stuff?
I think it's in the marketing folder. Hold on, let me make sure. I have too many things. Yeah, I know you said that last time.
I know, but I'm going to do it right now.
I know you said that last time. I go sleep. Good night, Pocky. Sleep well. Oh God, I still have to reorganize all this. Where did I put this? Can you see where a file is located? Open. Nope. Have a good stream. Have a good sleep.
You can also just search the
Move.
current location.
Move marketing. Move. Okay. And I go marketing, and now it's right here.
Thank you.
Forgot I have to organize all this. I'll do tomorrow.
You're the only one playing in there right now, so it'll be a while.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else?
So then I'll slow down on scripts just a bit because I am like 3 videos ahead of time. So,
Okay.
cause like, yeah, cause I'm at the point where this doesn't come out till March, which is kind of.
Yeah. No, I mean I think that's a good place to be in, especially because we're gonna have like ebbs and flows.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and then okay, then I'll just write 1 script today for this, and then. Thank you, sir.
Also, already just added this a few times, so I should.
Yes, no. Got it. Got it. Why I can't show you guys this? Fuck. We'll let you know when I get it. Oh, my mom texted me. My mom texted me. Why is why is my dog sick? Wait, what the fuck? Why is she sick? Is my dog okay? What's wrong with my dog? No. She's sick. Poor baby. Oh, my dog. Why is she sick? Sick dog, yeah, my mom's dog, but she was kind of like my dog was like. She's sick. My little baby, she's sick. And that makes me so sad. Like, I thought, why has she not been taken to the vet yet? I have to manifest my mom getting better and a dog getting better? No, it's okay. I can manifest my dog getting better. And I can manifest your mom getting better. Don't worry about my dog. I think she's okay. She just looks... My mom sent me videos and stuff, and she just looks tired. I think she's just taking a nap. So, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I hope your mom's okay, though. I'm sure my dog will be fine. Looks like she's just tired, maybe? I don't really know. I worry about all dogs there. Just out. A bit. Oh, okay. Maybe they're feeling lethargic. No, she's just, my dog is just, oh my God, my mom's scaring the shit out of me. No, the dog is fine. My mom trimmed my dog's nails and she went a little too hard in the paint. Just a little bit. But she's okay. Jeez, guys. Mom is scaring the dickens out of me, bro. Thanks, Mom. She's okay. She's fine. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm fine. Everything's okay. When you get the chance, put all your finished art pieces in the gallery. Yeah, it's just, I'm so worried because that dog, my mom's dog, she's really small. She's like 5 pounds. She's a small Shih Tzu, and I love her to death. And I just worry so hard. I know. That killed my brain a little bit. So I was really worried about my dog. She's like the sweetest little thing. She's the sweetest dog I've ever had. So this is kind of like hearing that. I was like, oh, seems like she's okay. So, Jesus. Oh, no. Yes. What's happening? Oh, I'm fine. I was just not expecting that when she said that. Thank you for the hugs. I just like, my mom was like, she's sick. And I'm like, small babies being sick isn't a good, they like, you gotta take them to the doctor. It's like a baby. If babies get sick, you gotta take them to the doctor. Also, Saba hasn't been posting his final artworks in the gallery. And so I have to keep seeing the Eldritch Abomination that inspired this guy's face. And I just need you to know that because it hurts my feelings.
I'm sorry. To be fair, I think this is the only one that's been, quote, finalized, and he technically hasn't finished.
What about the environment piece?
That's not technically final. Because technically,
Guys are gonna drive me nuts.
well, I mean, if we want to ask Saba to like upload stuff to Google Drive or something, like when it gets to like the end of a class CR piece, then that's fine. But yeah, because the current workflow is like we take it like essentially to like final line work.
I'm just saying I don't want to keep seeing that shit every time I have to get a marketing thing, man. You either delete the image or I have to keep seeing it.
But if we want somewhere to put like PNGs for you or something,
That's what the gallery is for.
even if it's like something that we're gonna like circle back to later to finish. That's why I'm like, I'm not sure.
It's not done?
No.
I mean, like, so the Nisik Trap Jaw isn't done, is what you're telling me.
So the Anisic trap is on that piece, I would say is done, but the other, like the companion piece that's like the illusion version isn't. So, but,
They don't need to be uploaded at the same time.
that's fair.
Because they're going to be in the same Google Drive folder.
That's fair. But yeah, I think that's the first one that we've actually finished, so it just hasn't happened yet, but you're right, we should get in the habit of doing that. Sorry.
Thanks, dog. My life is going great right now, so get loved, Goober. Oh, thank you. My job is just confusing my brain just a little bit. W3. Okay, Here for the lurk. Okay, so we have that one. And then I have like 50 things open and it's annoying me. Yeah, I'll close that guy. I'll keep these guys open, yeah. Do it like that, yeah, okay. Insert image incel. A knee sick trap jaw. And this one is the jackal, which it is this one. Standing not much taller than the layer of silt that blankets the floor swamp, the home in the ponds and the pools, streams that dot the area. This is where they rest, reproduce, raise their young. Workers of the night, come close, come near, as I tell you of this week's entity, the jackal. Standing not much taller than I assume. Okay, we take this guy, and then we put him in here. Standing not much taller than layers silt that blankets the floor of the swamp. The jackal makes their home in ponds and pools and streams. This is what they rest. Hunting takes place on land. How much? Is this what we're using? This is what we're using. I think that's okay, because that's like... okay, wait, hold on. They are shockingly fast on land for creatures that spend majority of the time in water, easily outpacing most adventurers. And any other prey that choose to hunt down, their bodies are shaking in a manner that rare play precautions steps. So those shooting into those guys, they run where it lingers, slowly falling back to the ground, blocking elevation that precedes those creatures. Creates confusion, not that it buys them, as they are completely blind instead relying on the other side of the to surround it, running in an even higher spiral, scared in the wall window, so before quickly dashing back into the river before. I like to say this was repeated until the player is either dead or weak enough to be dragged. Cool, okay. This is where this is the life, the center of all the lifetime. This is the center of life for the jackal. For the jackal. The center of life. Weather, rest. Projection. Standing not much taller than the layer of silt that blankets the floor on the swamp. Jackal made their homes in the ponds, pools, and streams that dot the... Are these guys small? Standing not much taller than a layer of silt that blankets the floor of the swamp, the jackal make their homes in ponds, pools, and streams that dot the area. Jackal. Ponds, pools, and streams. stream just within the swamp. Living within ponds, pools, and streams that exist within the spawn. Jackal reside here for safety, reproduction, and the and to care for their young. Living within the ponds and streams that exist within the swamp, the jackal resides here for safety, reproduction, and to care for their young. These bodies of water are the center of life for the jackal. However, they the apex. The bodies of water are the center of life for the jackal. These bodies of water are the center of life for the jackal. However, this is not the apex of which they hunt. Apex location of which they hunt. I like that more. Ground reveal. Their hidden lethality. Above ground, they reveal when on the hunt. These bodies of water are the center of life, however. This... Are they carnivores? Is it a carnivore? I can't tell. I presume so. However, this verse beast and hunt where it lays. Above the ground. Okay. Above the ground, they're hidden. Above ground, they reveal their hidden speed and lethality on a hunt for sustenance. They eyesight, but ability to track, surround, and and what's it called? Here's a small Pray. Above ground, they reveal their hidden speed and lethality when on the hunt for sustenance. They lack eyesight, but far from lack the ability to track, surround, and obscure their prey. And blind their prey. Above the ground, they revealed their penetrable. Prey. Quickly and effectively once zeroed. Honed in on above the ground. The jackal reveal. They lack eyesight, but far from lack the ability to. Oops. It's honed in. The deep coming close. The pawns of the jackal. Uh-oh. Living within ponds, pools, streams that exist within the swamp, the jackal reside here for safety, protection, and care for their young. They use bodies of water for the center of life for the jackal. However, these carnivorous species don't hunt where it lays. However, this carnivorous species doesn't hunt where it lays. Doesn't hunt where it lays, where it rests. Above ground, the jackal reveal their hidden speed and lethality when on the hunt for sustenance. They lack eyesight, but far from lack the ability to track, surround, and blind their prey quickly and effectively once honed in on. The bodies. Oh, I'm your favorite cow? Really? Am I also your favorite cow? Not cat. There are too many cats. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? But how strong are the bodies of this creature? Maybe you'll find out. I didn't do a call to action in this one. I don't know. Debating CTA outro or a thematic outro. Let's do a thematic outro and then we'll compare. Yeah, okay. Also, yes, you're my favorite cat. Yes! Yes! Woo, baby! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! A good birthday. Okay. How strong are the bodies of these creatures? They hunt and they could be stronger. Let's see. Above the ground, the jackal reveal their hidden speed and lethality when on the hunt for sustenance. They lack eyesight, but far from lack the ability to track, surround, and blind their prey quickly and effectively once honed in on. But how strong are the bodies of this creature? Considering that they hunted bats, could they be stronger than your adventurer? I think that's good. I think that's okay. Bobbit. I need a search and replace. Bobbit worm with a knee-sick trapjaw. The sheet. Done. Did it do it? hobbit, worm, a knee sick, trap jaw. This sheet replace all. This is quickly and effectively once on in one, but how strong are the bodies of this creature? Oh, okay, yeah, and then I was gonna change this one. Worm? Eldritch. I don't know what else to put in the hashtags for that one. Yeah. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Not okay. I'm not a fucking gay. Okay, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, I think we're good on that one. I will have to record. Well, no, this one's ready to post. And this one's ready to post, so I don't have to record those guys. Or no, we're recording the next ones. We're recording these ones. Okay. Oh, I need to make a description. Dungeons and Dragons setting is in most, not every setting. Minute in your face. Anything in between. So what makes different within enshrined? Cool. Okay, so we're good on that. Thank you for the wellness check. Pop style will turn out something like the attached, but includes Andy Warhol style printmaking meets anime. And eye catcher looks are those super short. Oh. What the fuck? An eye catcher? Hold on. What the fuck? Star's telling me things that I don't know what they mean. The eye catcher? What the fuck? What is this? YouTube! Who owns Google? I need them to fix my YouTube. Oh, these are sick. I've never seen... I never knew what this was called. Ooh, good and light. Yeah, I'm looking at the eye-catching things. Because Star asked me a question, now I gotta pick one. These eye-catching things are really cool. Everyone tells me it's amazing. I've heard it's pretty good. I mean, the fact of the matter is that, like basically everyone and their mother uses the line, "I believe in someone that believes in you," kind of thing. And I mean, like, it's a good line. Also, I'm gonna take my earbud out for 1 second. I need a different hair clip for my hair. So we'll be right back. I'm still here, though. Don't worry. Okay. Fan is on. I have a hair clip for my bangs because they're getting annoying. Blanky got. I want to draw, but I'm stuck on the grind, chat. I want to draw. Okay. I think Boffy really liked it too. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. That seems like an anime Boffy likes. It's like eye-catching. I feel like Boffy likes a lot of nice eye-catching things. Okie dokie. My friend and your friend Nick. Cool. Oh, okay, fair. When the ranch is squared away, it's time to stream with a variety. Oh. Okay. Okay, I think that's all good. The song is so sassy. Oh, yeah, it's Britney Spears. Of course it's gonna be sassy. Okay, I have to record all my scripts. I didn't write down what I need to do today, so I'm like kind of like confused. Wait. Oh, it's right there. Okay, hold on. Trying not to knock everything over that's on my desk. There we go. There you go. Oh, I want to draw, but I gotta do the beans today too. God, Jesus, Link's forgetting everything. Okay. Okay. Today is February 2nd. February 2nd, 2026. My to-dos today were to scripts, enshrined, and then scripts, TikTok, which has a secondary, which is VO recording. And then same for this. Recording. And then I need to do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 beans. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Milk bean box. And then I think that's everything I have to do for today. So cool. Alright, so time to record my scripts then. Which is a good place to be in. I'm just gonna make sure of one thing. Skip. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, sounds good. Nope, I don't need to listen to it again. Thank you. I'm just gonna record the ones for Enshrined first because I'm lazy and I'm tired. Sniff. Okay. So this one doesn't need a model. I just have to read it. Okay. I'm reading this one. Magic in Enshrined. No. Magic in Enshrined is enacted by opening an open dialogue with. No. Magic in Enshrined is enacted by opening a dialogue with a god. Ugh. Magic in Enshrined is enacted by opening a dialogue with a god. How about that? I guess one's okay. While within standard D&D, magic can come from a god, within Enshrined, it can only come from the communication with a god. I don't like how I said that. While within standard D&D, magic can come from a god, within Enshrined, it can only come from communication with a god. Ugh, I'm so picky today. Okay. Within standard D&D, magic can come from a god. Within Enshrined, it can only come from a communication with a god. However, the gods do not speak common nor any other mortal language. Instead, communicating with the gods takes form of symbols, rites, and chants. I might have to do that last part again, so I didn't really like the way that felt. Okay, let's take this part off. Instead, communicating with the gods takes form of symbols, rites, and chants. Cool. With the magic being derived from the will of gods, the amount of divine will encompass... With magic being derived from the will of gods, the amount of divine will encompassed in the material plane will merge with the intent of the imprisoned god and create a plane that can be visualized as a synapses of the brain. And while it's not possible to directly influence the synaptic web... those sufficiently skilled may choose... Blech. Let me listen to the last one really quick, because I didn't listen to it. I just was like, yep, this is good. And while it's not possible to directly influence the synaptic web, those sufficiently skilled may closely observe its workings to derive information. Not bad. Okay. Within Enshrined, no magic use gains the knowledge of... Within Enshrined, no magic user gains the knowledge of powerful spells without the exchange of something. But what could that be? Boop. I just fix that to user. Okay, that's good. Still do. Must have been so bad. What is it, damn that killed you in this? Where did I put this? Huh? Libraries? Pictures? Oh, here it is. World building 3, I think. Having fun yet? World building 3. These ones can go in here. And now I have to reopen Audacity so I can read the other one, which is this. Yep, okay. Nope, okay. Fishermen, psychedelics, and explorers, come close, come near, as I tell you Fishermen, psychedelics, and explorers, come close, come near, as I tell you of this week's entity, the Nisik Trapjaw. You remind me of what I really am. The Anisic Trapjaw is an insidious... The Anisic Trapjaw is an insidious creature using a combination of traps, ambushes, and illusions to secure its prey. While mostly underground, the Anisic Trapjaw will normally expose part of its tongue, which can rudimentally resemble most objects, plants, or even creatures. Deciding on what it creates is entirely dependent on Deciding on what it creates is Deciding on what it creates is entirely dependent on a rather sinister ability that the Trapjaw... Don't mind me. Deciding on what it creates is entirely dependent on a rather sinister ability that the Anisic Trapjaw possesses. Fuck! Deciding on what it creates is entirely dependent on a rather sinister ability that the... Deciding on what it creates is entirely dependent on a rather sinister ability that the Anisic Trapjaw possesses. Let's go! There we go. This terrifying nightmare-fueled version of a graboid can skim the surface of thoughts of nearby creatures, thus knowing what would entice... I don't like I took a breath in the middle. This terrifying nightmare-fueled version of a graboid can skim the surface thoughts of any nearby creature, thus knowing what would entice its prey the most. That sound okay? I stuttered. This terrifying nightmare-fueled version of a graboid can skim the surface thoughts of nearby creatures, thus knowing what would entice their prey the most. Okay, maybe that's okay. Clear loop. Ugh, I don't like it. I don't like it. This terrifying nightmare-fueled version of a graboid can This terrifying nightmare-fueled version of a graboid can skim the surface thoughts of a nearby creature. This terrifying nightmare-fueled version of a graboid can skim the surface thoughts of a This terrifying nightmare-fueled version of a graboid can skim the surface thoughts of nearby creatures, thus knowing what would entice their prey the most. Hopefully that one was okay. It's not bad. On top of that, they can create an illusion to help provide more minute details in the object of desire. Simple. When they hunger, they dwell in the depths, and what could be more terrifying than a patient, starving predator? Change his clothes. You're out, you're up, and you're down. It's right, you're black, and it's white. Wanna go on, hot and you're cold, you're yes and you know, you're in and you're out. This guy, this way, this one, and in here. Okie dokie. I can check stuff off. Check. To-do list. Pixels made me watch Game Changers, and they made a song about checklists, and I don't remember it, but I remember really liking it. I don't remember the lyrics, but it was really fun. This is done. This This is done. I just gotta do my stuff now. Close group. Wait, I need to change this. Ready for post. I need to track job. Ready to edit. Ready to edit. Okay. Check it off, check it off, check it off, check it off. I wish it was a full song. Okay, wait. Yeah, okay. Pixels, are you looking at the scripts? If so, you're only allowed to change the last two. So I have to re-record them if before checking those ones. Scripts look good to me? Okay, thank God. Oh. I just needed them fact-checked, really. Okay. Butts, and more butts. Nope. Than just voluptuous. And one's rear. They are also. So. Operations. Day. I literally only changed one letter. You spelled wrong, whereas were ones. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't really matter because it's just how you read it. That one. Cool. Cool. Yeah, it's just mainly I just want to make sure we're fact checking me to make sure I'm not being like, this creature will give you all of the gold that you could ever want. Like, this monster has nothing to do with gold. Oh. Okay. Almost done. Almost done. Get your ass back in there. I accidentally muted myself. Sorry. Oop, I have to reply to something. How? Okay, cool. This one, okay. This one. No, you're good. Like, some of the world building ones are kind of esoteric, so honestly, it's just getting the vibe and the little words that are important. That makes sense. Play anyway. Continue. Yeah, I know. You're gonna log me out of the other computer. I'm in this mode? Okay. No, thank you. Jesus Christ. Connect. The wrong one. 2, 4. There we go. Alright. Time to record my scripts. Except I forget things already. Where's my notepad? Where is my notepad? It's control 1. Okay, we're good. Okay. Perfect. Sorry. My brain's a little gooped. Alrighty. What's the blush one? I need my blush emote. Where's the blush one? Shy is control 5? No. Oh. I guess I only have that one? Okay, that's fine. The world is beautiful, and oftentimes art is a representation of that beauty that we see in the world. Take this gorgeous sculpture that Christina created. It appreciates the simple complexity of a slug living its best life on a pear, and how we too should slow down and eat. And how we too should slow down and eat pears in life. What was that? Oh, wait. What was that? You can't make art? That's hilarious. I mean, look at this creative... wait, fuck. What was that? You can't make art? That's hilarious. I mean, look at this photo... Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck. What was that? You can't make art? That's hilarious. I mean, look at this creative photographer who just look at this creative photographer who just because he can't paint doesn't mean that he can't find alternative ways to paint with the tools that he does know how to. What the fuck? I mean, look at this creative photographer who... Fuck. What was that? Oh, fuck. What was that? You can't make art? That's hilarious. I mean, look at this creative photographer who just because they... Oh my god. I'm having a conniption fit. Okay. What was that? You can't make art? That's hilarious. I mean, look at this creative photographer who just because he can't paint doesn't mean that he can't find alternative ways with the tools that he does know how to use. Honestly, when I saw this, I was floored. Honestly, when I saw this, I was just floored. Honestly, when I saw this, I was floored and... Honestly, when I saw this, I was floored at how breathtaking that it is. Art can be anything, represent anything, as long as you put... Art can be anything, represent anything, as long as you put your love into it. And this feather capelet is just that. It has over 130 feathers and countless hours of devotion poured into it, which is why it's such a stunning piece to watch. All those emotes were gonna make me have a conniption fit. My brain was dying, I think. That one. That took so long. I think my brain actually was having a small bit of an aneurysm there, chat. I don't like having aneurysms. They're a little rough. At least now I can change into the other model in this one. Oh, my mouse lags for some reason. Stupid. Wait, is it? Which is the one that makes it short? Alt 8 for short. There you go. Done. This one. Files. Link clips, apply, media pool, we go there, and then I'm just gonna replace the cover image, replace. I think that's what I should do with each of them, is I should just be replacing, should be fixing the audio and then replacing the thumbnails at the very least. I think I gotta go all the way over here. Okay, I think I got it. Eh. And then we're just gonna scoot everything that 5% that I sped it up. Cool. I'll just take this out here. This here. Okie dokie, that one's done. So we can label this one as ready for editing. And then the next one we'll do Vibe and Shine first. Or V-highlight first. What number is this? 71. 71. Okie dokie. Okay. Weird. This lovely arrow-ace non-binary artist is absolutely cooking in the kitchen with all the amazing art that they create. T's ability ranges from delicious meat bun bread YCHs, tattoo designs, and even funny meme drawings. You can grab a slot for yourself to get some of their amazing art over on VGen, where they're a spread of talent. You can grab a slot for yourself. You can grab a slot for yourself to get some of their amazing art over on VGen, where they spread. You can grab yourself a slot for yourself to get some of their amazing art over on VGen, where they're spread of talent. You can grab a slot for yourself. Oh my god, you can grab yourself a slot. Oh my god, this is why you can grab. You can grab a slot for yourself to get some of their amazing art over on VGen, where the spread of their talent really shows. T often streams over on Twitch, yapping their days away as they create whatever fun idea pops into their brain as they draw. You can often find a lot of their content here on TikTok as well, as they often post what they're drawing. You can often find a lot of their content here on TikTok as well, as You can often find a lot of their content here on TikTok as well, as they often post about what they've been drawing and general topics they enjoy talking about. So don't be afraid to go and explore the stars where you can follow the amazing talent. Fuck. I did the ending wrong. So pop yourself their social media. So pop yourself into the rise on over to their social media. Maybe one of their tasty little buns. On their socials. Maybe even you can be one of their tasty little buns that they cook up if you follow them on their socials. Okie dokie. I hit 3. What? What? I want to taste a little bun. Me too. Me motherfucking too. Especially because I'm a little hungry. Okay, save and then template. What is this? Nothing. That one's nothing. That one doesn't exist. Okay, cool. Apply. Whoop. Okay, so and then this one. And then this one, because I was a little goofy goober and I forgot to rewrite the ending because I wrote the ending first for that video for Shy, but that's not who this video is about, so boop. Ooh, let's go. Cool. Oh my god, my neck kind of hurts. Okay. These ones are already ones that I want them to be. It's good. It really, I love Marina. Marina is amazing. That I should say, but I don't wanna. But I don't wanna. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. 47. Save as 47. 47, okay. You're bad, Cantissimo. Track. Bake, few stars, dash 1. Let me get that intro. Shove that bad boy in there. Oh, thank you for the save check. I will save once I do this little bit. So I put this audio where it needs to go. Go to Lake Como. And then I gotta move this over here. And then I don't know if I want to do that just yet, but I will do other things first. Replace this one, this one, this one, save. I should do everything that needs a replace right now, because then I'm just doing all the same thing. Replace. Rig. Clip operations, replace art. Okay. Oh, I didn't link it. Fuck. Okay, so boop. It's like this part that I want. Okay, wait. There you go. Do you know if you soak raisins in grape juice, it turns into... On God! Oh my God! Oh my God, Orwell. You will not believe this. One time... I was gonna make oatmeal raisin cookies. And I was like, I want to put peanut butter in there, but I don't know if I should put raisins in there because I don't think raisins and peanut butter will taste good. And the Pixel was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I was like, it just doesn't sound like they taste good. And he's like, that's like the staple. It's grapes, grape jelly, and peanut butter. And I sat there for like 5 solid seconds, my mouth slowly opening, my eyes slowly widening, as I then realized at like 3 in the morning, high as fuck, not being like, raisins are just grapes. It's way better when fine, then you come in here and tell it. You come in here and you can't just be like, they tell it better. You come in here and tell it then. Raisins are dried grapes. Raisins are just dried grapes. That's all they are. Raisins are just dried grapes. That's it. Same. Okay. Pixels is here to tell the story. You son of a bitch. If that had water in it, I would have kicked you.
That's the only reason I had it, was because it didn't have water.
Okay.
All right, chat. So, it's 3 a.m. on a Saturday night. Elaine's baked out of her mind. And, you know, before they're able to fall asleep, they're like, I want to bake oatmeal raisin cookies tomorrow. And I'm going to put peanut butter in them. But I'm worried that the raisins aren't going to go well with peanut butter. But I want to put fruit in it. I don't want to make oatmeal raisin cookies with peanut butter without fruit in it if there's no raisins. And I'm just like...
You need to talk louder than this, bro.
Okay, fine, I'll talk louder. I don't like talking loud. You're the loud
Well,
one.
listen. My thing is like up here as it should be.
Because you're screaming.
You're down here. No, I'm just closer
Anyway,
oh
I'll talk louder.
Thank you.
Happy?
Yes.
Okay. So, having this moral dilemma about peanut butter not going with the fruit and cookies. And I'm just like, I mean, I think it'll go well, but that's not a problem. And you know, Elaine's here getting very upset about it. And so then I say, it was bothering you, the idea of the raisins with the peanut butter. Okay. And I say, well, then what fruit would you like to put in there? And this bitch deadass says fucking grapes.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
And I just have no comment. I say nothing as she stares at the ceiling. And about 10 seconds of silence later, she realizes what she's done.
I didn't know. Listen, it's maybe it's common knowledge, but I just don't think that it's talked about a lot. Like, exactly, prunes or plums. You don't talk about the fact that they're the same. Raisins with peanut butter, gross. It was really good. It was really good in the cookie. But I think if you were to think about it, like, objectively, raisins... But no, because they go well together because of fucking ants on a log.
Exactly.
Oh, no. Exactly. But I've never eaten ants on a log.
I don't like celery, so I don't eat that. But, like, I eat the raisins with peanut butter on, like, a cracker.
Yeah, but, like... But, folks, like, peanut butter... And yeah, exactly. The raisins and peanut butter are just PB and J. Peanut butter and grape... What's ants on a log? Ants on a log is a celery stick that you then cover with peanut butter, and then you put raisins on it to look like ants on a log. Ants on a log. Food. I've eaten them until I no longer had to eat them. I also don't enjoy those. I don't enjoy those. That's fair. This is ants on a log. They're supposed to look like little ants on a little log. Though I feel like they should be the other way, but it makes sense that they're on the inside. But yeah, these are ants on a log. The fluffernutter. I knew a kid. Listen, that's actually really good. I had it once. Cheese spread and celery. I prefer to just eat celery by itself. I like celery by itself. Fire ants on a log? What the actual fuck? But, like, anywho, that's besides the point. I should have a did you know? Did you know grapes are dried raisins or grapes? And that's it. That's the whole video. It's just, did you know? It's just the did you know beginning. And then it's that raisins are grapes. And that's the whole video. Like, that's it. I don't care how short it is. I think I should make that a video. That's a good April Fool's, did you know? It is. I'll write it. I'll write it here. I don't want to write it too. April Fool's. Raisins are grapes. Intro. Raisins are grapes. This is the entire script. Okay. It's gonna be like a 5-second video, and then TikTok's gonna show it to no one because it's a fucking 5-second video. 7-second video. I don't even think. Hold on. Did you know that paprika is made out of dry crushed barrel? What, really? Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, how long is this? 122. This is a second? How long is it gonna take me to... Hold on, I wanna know. It's like a second. Did you know that raisins are grapes? Grapes are just dried raisins. Two seconds? It's a 3-second video. That's a 3-second video. Gotta give it a full intro? What do you mean? This is the intro, did you know? And then I go that grapes are just dried raisins. At 3 seconds of a smug ass look. For an underwhelming on God. Hold on. I'll record that shit right now. Hold on. I'll record that shit right now. Hold on. This is the wrong one. I'm clicking the wrong thing. I'm clicking on the wrong. You gotta freak out more. You can't say it flat. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'll do it right now so I don't forget. This is real. This is real fucking content creator ass shit. Okay. Let me just do it in front of me. Is my smug face different? Hold on. Okay, no, I can just do that. Okay. You'll never be mistaken. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I gotta scroll back down. Okay. That raisins are grapes? Oh my god, I think I looked too far up. That grapes are just dried raisins? Okay. Do we like that one? Hold on. I gotta... Shit's stupid. April Fools. Do this shit right now. You fucking bet your top dollar I'll do it right now. You said that backwards, that's the point. That was exactly the point. Or funny because you fucked it up. Exactly. Exactly. You can't do these things correct. You gotta do them completely and entirely and utterly incorrect. I don't even know what I said. I'm gonna be honest. Now I'm worried. Wait, how far did I mix it up? I don't care anymore. This is just how it has to be. You need the head grab meme? Are you the one who's like, I'm not cute anymore? Is that one? Are you talking about that one? Because if so, I agree with you. Was this a second one? I think this was the second one. Oh, you full reversed it? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Wait 5 seconds of over-the-top React edits. Wait, what? Oh, wait. I forgot I gotta do this. And then... And then I gotta take this here. Like, edits reacting to what you said. That'd be pretty funny. Like, do you want me to edit that into this video, or do you mean, like, later? This is a 6-second video. That's all the video is. It's the entirety of the video. That's it. I'm not adding anything else. That is the entire video. That's it. Delete empty track. This is it. This is the whole video. Like, after you say the effect, show someone's, like, mind getting blown in the same video. Should I do that immediately after, or should I do that after I zoom into my face? Reaction. Oh, I could do, like... Oh, maybe it's funny or not. It's the end. Wait, do you mean just to leave it? Just like deadpan? To end of the current? I was thinking of just doing it like this. And then I was gonna cut... Oh, actually, no, wait. It'd be funnier if I did this, I think. I think it'd be funny if I, like... I saw it's a completely normal, right? And then it just quiet. It just quiet. And it just... That. And that's it. I think that's best. Maybe. Okay. Weird gremlin thingy, welcome on in. I love your name. You'll fit right along in here with us, don't you worry. I hope you're having a wonderful day, though. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the follow. Quiet zoom into that smirk. Yep, it's dead silent. That's it. It's just dead silent. I gotta go back to V-Stars, because I don't think I recorded that one. Okay. Now I gotta go back. Not that one. This one's fine. Yeah, there you go. Oh, sorry, my ear hurts. Ow! The fuck? I gotta put my other earbud in. Ow. You can't even say hi? Instead, you just bonk me first? What the fuck? Excuse me. I'll wait for my face tracking to catch up. Hello? Put some relevant in the content that vid is like. More vid ideas. Oh, shit. Let me see. Bro, I fucking love these things. I saw these all over my TikTok page. Or not my Twitter. Truth about Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Same as ABC's. They lied to you. Just like the actual fucking like clickbait videos, but they're babies. I fucking love these, dude. I fucking love the fucking little babies. The fucking little babies, dude. They're like my fucking favorite. I fucking love these things. Just the thought of like babies making like these fucking videos, they make me so happy. It's a good little life to a reality to pretend to be in. All right, let me record this. Howdy. This here is Kat, our local cat girl. Howdy. This here is our Howdy. This here is Kat, our local cat girl with a cowgirl hat. And she's here to show you a good time and hopefully shoot a ray of sunshine on your gloomy days. When the ranch is squared away, it's time to stream away with a variety of games. Whether she's practicing her aim in FPS games like Marvel Rivals or just playing anything else that she can get her cowgirl paws on, I reckon there will always be fun times to be had over with Kat. So take a shot and follow our rootin' cat girl and her artist over on her socials. Quick, easy, breezy, and beautiful chat. Does this have a speed change? Oh, this doesn't need a speed change. I don't think. If I did it like this. Not bad, actually. Maybe not. Right here. Okay, and then okay, wait. I want to edit this a little bit. Shoot the lights out. Hard will it's bright out. Oh, just another lonely night. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? Oh, wait, I can't listen to the song. I cannot listen to this song. Hold on. I can't. Oh, it makes me so... I could listen to the beginning, but then I can't listen to the rest of this. Oh, get out of here. This works for me. Boop, boop. Oh, nope, not that one. And then this one can apply, but we're going to remove. Wait, what? 1.120. Kingdom Hearts? Yup. Actually, 15.1, 1.121. I think this was 0. Yeah. And this one. Oh yeah, I need this. Okay, now I need this one here. And I need this one backspaced. And this needs to be here. And when I said no, don't think life is quite that simple. And then we need camera shake. It is a effect. Nope. There you go, camera shake. Making me feel tonight. This one here. Speed scale. Put that up. Why is it not? Is that better? Enough when I say no. I'm confused. Oh. I'm glad you like that song. I like that song too. I love that song. It's a good song. Nope, nope, nope. I did it like 3 times. Okay. Eh. Cool. I didn't scoot the way I thought it would. Boop. There you go. Not bad, not bad. In terms of length, that's not bad. Pretty close to the target. Okay. I'm so hungry right now. Chat, I'm starving. This is it for me, chat. I'm kidding. Do I have any snacks in my office? I'm surprised I'm hungry. I had kind of a big breakfast. It's okay. I did have a snack earlier, though. Oh. This one is good now. And now we do the did you know one. 36, okay. Oh, cause this one, right? No? Oh, okay, no, we're good. I'll replace 3, nope. This one, save. And then now. There you go. Horsebutts made red rockets? Nope, I gotta do that again because I looked inside. Horsebutts made red rockets? Rockets, specifically the size of it, were engineered to be roughly 2 horses' butts big. But the reasoning is considerably more logistical than you might have guessed. Back in the old days when wagon tramways were being built, they were made for the size of 2 horses so that a wagon and its organic engines could fit smoothly without too much cramping. Thank you. The same people that built the wagon tramways would also use that measurement, 4 feet and 8.5 inches, or 2 horse butts, to create railroads, which currently is the only way to move spaceship rockets across the U.S. because of their intense weight. So next time you start staring at a butt, remember, it could have inspired an engineer decades ago. What are you recording? I'm recording TikToks. I'm recording my scripts for my TikToks. All right, sorry, spaced out. You're good. I did say something really unhinged there in the beginning, so you're welcome. Yes, you did probably hear what you thought you heard. You are welcome. I think it's this part. Oh, yeah, okay. Which one do I like more? Yeah, no, I don't like them because I look to the side. I think that. Oh, I didn't get the... I didn't get the angle of that one. Let me do that. Rotation angle. Apply. There we go. Of happiness. Speed change 105. What? In class one time? What did you analyze about it? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Pursuit of Happiness is a really good song. Cool. Not bad for our timing on all of this. Pursuit of happiness. And then Roll for Fun is the last one, I think. Symbolism, lyrics, delivery, tone, music, vid. That's fair. Everything, word choices, analyzed to death. I mean, some songs just should be, in my opinion. I just took a big swig of Dr. Pepper thinking it was Coke, and that threw me off. I didn't even know I had Dr. Hell yeah, Dr. Pepper. Do you guys hear Dr. Pepper has a jingle? Have you guys heard the Dr. Pepper jingle? Dr. Pepper jingle. It was made on TikTok. But the ranch one? Oh my god, I love the ranch one that people... Okay, hold on. I will show it to you. Dr. Pepper, baby, so good and nice. Like, that shit actually fucking slam. Right? Like, hidden... Yes! Hidden Valley Ranch. Hold on. The shit was quiet. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. It's, like, so good. It's so good. It's good. It's so nice. Dr. Pepper, baby, so good and nice. Dr. Pepper, baby, so good and nice. It's this one. It's this one. It's this one. You guys ready? Hold on. Dude, it's so fucking good. Fucking Ranch just had like Hidden Valley. Imagine you do a TikTok of just dancing to that. Dude, I just. Hidden Valley Ranch. Fuck, man, that shit hit. Sauce boss, they will find you. I know it's like a parody of a song, but like, goddamn. Dang, she can say, I know. This one's my favorite. I like it when she does it. They will find you. God damn. I gotta make this. Dr. Pepper, baby, so good and nice. Oh, that was a baby. Oh no. I was thinking of the Another Butters Nightmares TikTok account. No. It's so nice. So good and nice. Dr. Pepper, baby, so good and nice. This one's easier to remember. What did they do that song? They Hidden Valley Ranch did. Also, I don't know the original of the song. Do you know the original of that song? I'm about to make them into vocal stems is what I'm doing right now, if you're wondering what I'm doing. Because I need them. They're so good. Hidden Valley Ranch will guide you. Fuck. Shutter encoder. Same as source. Doop. Choose function. I need them to be MP3s. Start function. Dr. Pay. Separate Ways by Journey. Okay. Dr. Baby. Export audio as a OGG export. Nutter Butter. I've never seen the Nutter Butter one, but I really like the mug root beer one. Valley Ranch. Oh, I can hear it. Someday, Hidden Valley Ranch. What's another vocal stem I like? What was I thinking of? Oh! Have you guys heard? Okay, well, hold on. We'll listen to Separate Ways by Journey. But have you guys heard the fucking the Brita song? I also love Brita. Good night, Vex. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you sleep so wonderfully well. Drink the Brita. My kitten drink from the Brita. Okay, hold on. I can't. Yeah, I know. Fucking drink from the Brita. Okay, hold on. We'll listen to this song and then we'll play it. We'll record. I have to record one more. Wait, hold on. Let me record one more and then we'll listen to it, okay? Well, this is playing on the wrong computer, I think. I can't tell. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let me just record this really quick and then we'll get into it, okay? Alright. From Moon Studios, creators of Ori and the Blind Forest, comes No Rest for the Wicked, a unique, visceral action RPG set in a handcrafted world featuring Souls-like combat where every strike counts. A unique, visceral action RPG set in a handcrafted world featuring Souls-like combat where every strike matters and every friend can join the fight. Play solo or with up to 4 players in seamless online co-op. Face monstrous enemies, build your home, and carve your path through a world torn apart by the plague, greed, and glory. No Rest for the Wicked has been in development for a hot second, and with the amount of polish it has considering its early access state is absolutely jaw-dropping. It recently went on sale for 40% off to celebrate its co-op update, and I got to play it, and I've been drooling over the art and how smooth all the mechanics and gameplay feel together. I feel like this game is a bit under the radar, so I really wanted to make a video to send lots of love to Moon Studios for their hard work and love that they put into all their games. Okay, now I can listen to the song. I feel like this is playing on the wrong thing. Maybe I'm wrong? Maybe it's just quiet. I don't know. Think of Jollibee this week? What do you mean? They already got Jollibee last week. No, not more Jollibee. No. Okay, they're asking you this because Orwell lives within distance to get Jollibee with us. But Pixels lives with me, so Pixels had Jollibee. No more Jollibee. We're gonna get fat. Does that bind you? I don't have Jollibee. I'm sorry, Pookie. I'm sorry. We stalking each other? Maybe at some point. Not right now, but maybe at some point. I'm from here. Yeah, we moved here, so. Technically, we're the outsiders. If you think about it. Oops. Someday love will find you. Sorry. It's like stuck in my head now. I forgot to make this 105. Fuck. Someday love will find you. Things that find you. Oh, sorry. You can hear the stream PC. My bad. Okay, and then we unlike this, and this gets taken off. And then clip operations. We place the logo with the no rest for the wicked one. And we're good on this. Yeah, save. No, I did this in the fucking template, bruh. God dang it. I always do that. Can I go back? I haven't closed it yet. History. Open history window. Original. There you go. Files, save project as. What number is this one? So there's 65. Wait, what? I fucked up. Kittens wing from the widow, widow. Kittens wing from the widow. Wait, what the fuck have I done? I don't know what I just did. Okay. Twitter for my princess. I adore. Oh God, I wish I had a Brita. We had a Brita when we first moved in. We had a Brita, and we fucking it broke, so we couldn't keep using it. But I swear to God, if we had a Brita right now, I would refill the Brita, and if fucking Pixel saw me, I would sing this song to him. Drink from the Brita. Kitten, drink from the Brita. Dude, I would sing this to him every time. The Brita. And then he'd be like, bitch, you're the one that needs to drink water. And then I'll be like, shut the fuck up. Oh, princess, drink from the Brita, Brita. You didn't see the water well is so nasty, had to filter it? No, that's so fair. Drink from the Brita. Except if you have old pipes, that's fair. That is very true. Oops. This video's a little bit longer than I was hoping, but I think that's okay because I really like this studio, so I don't really care. It's the principle. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. And all of us in from the daylight, hiding from the daylight. If you're making fancy coffee or tea or something, filtering the water isn't all. That's fair. I have heard that like filtering the water is very noticeable if you're drinking something where like the water's kind of important, like tea or coffee. Okay, I think I got all my work done for today. I think. On my knees again. Let me close this properly. Did you know that there's a proper way to fucking close this? I never close it properly. Let me look at my book really quick before we switch over to art. Yeah, that's everything I think for today. It's already 9:45? What the actual fuck? Oh no. I have to relog into Steam. I didn't realize either yet. So I was like, oh damn, Vex went to bed. I don't know, I was like, I don't know, my brain was like, damn, Vex going to bed, it's kind of early, and then I looked at the time and no, it's not. Open. Give me the QR code, thank you. No wonder I was hungry. Ooh, what happened? What's happening? Why are you being like this, computer? No, what's happening? No. Steam, what's happening? I just signed into Steam, but it shouldn't be doing anything. It's not downloading anything. Why?
It started when you realized what time it was.
Stream, please! Please, listen, computer, listen, Linda, listen, please, internet, come back. Internet, please. Please, I didn't even do anything. Computer. Computer, please. Woo! What's happening? Is it because of you? Is it because of you? It's not going. What? No, it's not going back up. What the fuck? It's just the way you are. Chat. What's happening? Chat. I don't know what's going on. Oh, are we back? Hello? Are we not lagging anymore? Nope, we're not lagging anymore. In the middle of the night. Dude, literally the last time I opened Asprite was the last time that I worked on these. God damn it. Years ago, you standing face to face. Alright, I gotta open. I gotta do this. Scree! Hello. Welcome on in. 100 boys and boys. Shoot another shot, that's not the feeling. It's just the way you are. Hey, yo, Bunby, how you doing? Welcome on in. Okie dokie, boop. Back front. These ones are good. I just gotta replace. Oh, goodness. Set 5. This one. It's just to stop the feeling. And just to stop the feeling. Ooh. I was gonna just say hello, but I'm okay right now, tired and comfy. And hello. No problem. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for stopping by. Alright, we gotta do BLT first. I feel like BLT deserves to go first. This time. Okay, this one. New group. This is New Year's Eve. Which these ones, new group. I got exciting news too. What happened? Also, thank you for that, Pat. What happened? I did it again. I added the E again. I wanted to remove an E. Why did I add an E? Okay. My boyfriend is moving from Canada to New. Yay! Oh, that's so sweet. That's a big move, but I'm so happy. Congrats. Fuck yeah. I hope you guys have the most wonderfulest time living together. To all the new memories. Big move. Congrats. Congrats. Okay, so bomb BOT, swirls and a kiss tag. Okay, so I gotta give him. Oh, I gotta give him the little muffin tin thing. Wait, no, I was gonna give him. Wait, hold on. Wait. New layer. I don't like this. I liked it when it was down here more. Just kind of got used to it being down here. Yeah, it won't happen for maybe 2 to 4 months yet, and he plans to take a train with 2 cats. But happy he's coming nonetheless. Fair. I hope you guys have an amazing time. Okay, so he's a little bonbon, huh? But bonbons usually come in those. I feel like they come in like the little chocolate like wrapper thing. So I kind of want to make one of those. So it's like, it's gonna be like. Actually, I should. Yeah, I'll do it. Well, like this. And then we're gonna lower it. I'm gonna change this. And then I like I live on Long Island, so it's more expensive on its own in Illinois. Rich people, you know, not rich. Fair, but I still hope you guys have a good time with it. I mean, living with your significant other can always be a fun thing. Just be sure to communicate with one another, because that's the biggest thing. Communication is very important. Wait. 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 Wait, I don't know how to draw this. Wait, how do you draw this? How do I draw this? What the fuck? I feel like it would be like this. And then like that. Why is my brain like dying? Back before I say a word. Way I can never tell. Is that how it's gotta be? Yeah, I was talking to yourself. We only find them out. On the East Coast, I heard there's a train you can take with your car that will run you all the way to Fort Town. Really? Yeah, we always talk stuff through. We only fight about how long his naps are if he texts me and if he texts me good morning. That's fair. I wish they had those running from West to East Coast too. There's only one in America. Damn. Damn, that'd be cool if they went both ways. I think it's great while in this world. Barely a year ago. Well, at least you're driving. That's the important part. Not too sweet for me. Well, I'll say, dude, you could never make me tired of this song. Better 3, you're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Cow, like long you, like room, or yeah, maincoow, like maincoow. What do you call a religiously practiced a shih tzu? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what that means. Oh, to live forever. How do you draw a muffin tin? Muffin wrapper. Oh, there we go. Oh, I was just wrong entirely. Cool. As a vine, sweet as a grape, bed in the bedroom. Wait. I think this would be like this. My whiskey knee. Like a reverse skirt? What does that even mean, dude? Oh, wait. No, wait. Okay. I thought you were talking about the other thing. Never mind. Yeah, no, I understand. But, like, it's a little different because it's more, like, rounded. Isn't it? Yeah, I feel like it's a little different. Trying candy wrapping or, like, a Reese's cup? Like a Reese's cup. Because I was going to do, like, a candy wrapper kind of thing. Because, like... But I think I'm just going to do, like... Because, like, Kisses... the candy, which I haven't thought about in a long time. They're like, they have like the little tag on top, and I think I'll give them the little tag on top, but I don't think I'm gonna do the wrapper. Oh wait, no. Oh. Hello. Oh, it's being base. I'm silly. And then go up to here. And we erase the parts that are on his body here. we go. Yeah. And then... I'm still in co-working art. I need to be in art. Done. Do you? Do I what? Want to know what they nicknamed the paper tag? Yes? Wait, there's a nickname for it? What is it? I'm afraid, but I want to know. Delete. I don't want to feel. I don't want to feel. I like this one. I like this one. And the colors of this one. Actually, look it up. I don't want to type it. Okay, 1 second. Give me a second. What is the tag on the Kiss candy called? Why would they call it a wiggly? Why would they call it a redacted wiggly? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Elena's very lost. I don't like how this looks. Why would they call it that? Out of all the things they could have called it, why that? I'm gonna be honest, or well, I thought you were just being a little lazy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my assumptions. Like, why? On God, like, why? Like, what do you mean that's what you called it? That's such an interesting piece of trivia that I can't talk about. I just can't talk about it. I hope someone else talks about it. I hope to God that someone else on the internet talks about it. Because that's, like, important. I feel like that's an important piece of knowledge that everybody and their mother should know, you know? What do you mean? That's fucking... Why is it called that? Did you know? No, you goober. You want me to get banned? I'm not about to get banned after all my hard work. No, thank you. You know, oftentimes, I am not that concerned about getting banned off of platforms just because, like, it's like whatever, you know, it's whatever. But TikTok, I've put a good trifling of effort into that one, and I am not getting banned because I decided to talk about the cursed nature that in which Kiss Candy has created, you know? Man. But why? Why were they called that? It's a little nuts. Out of all the things you could have named it. I don't know if I should do this like this. I just spent the whole time fixing it. Okay, hold on. Let me do it like this. So I think this will be better. Boop. Thank you for the song request. Yeah. Yeah. Is it broken? I think it broke. The timing of the request broke it. There we go. I fixed it. Oops. Sorry I broke it. It's okay. if I like this. How do you draw? How to draw a muffin container? Oh, that's why. Wait, then should it be upwards? Think the nation is a plume or a flag? Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. I hope so. Oops. Oopsies. Oh my god, okay. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I love this band so much. I've seen them twice now. Once in Colorado Red Rocks Amphitheater and in Radio City Music Hall with VIP tickets my dad got. I was so happy. They do sound like a nice band. I like them. Oh, wait. I think I know. I think I know. Wait, would I be able... Is that a shape I can make? I don't know if it is. I don't think so. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Bon wrapper. Yeah, like this. Like this. Was it because it's inwards? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Okay. Thank you for the song request. That's really cool. I feel like you just have to have a connection with the band after you see them live. Mm-hmm. It's always different when you see them live. Delete layer. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna do BLT on stream, but I think I'll do the rest of them off stream. Because I gotta... Well, I mean... I don't want to stream for too long, I think is what my brain is saying. I think it makes more sense if the cup is bigger. Like, if the cup things are bigger. Okay, and then there we go. Wait. Yeah, and then here, and then here, but then I think we can take this top part off. Yeah, okay. How do you like your bacon? I like mine cooked. Bold, I like it. Wait, what do you mean? You don't cook your bacon? Wait, come on now. Don't tell me you don't cook your bacon. You goober. You goober. Why do you say bold? Do you not cook your bacon? Or well? Nah, I kind of like it crispy. Funny because when I was a kid, I was more wiggly baking. It's basically not crispy at all. I like it where the fat on it is like, where the fat of it is like wiggly and like chewy, and then the meat of it is like crispy. Reminds me of Hershey Kisses. Yeah, a little bit. Let's just get. Oh no! Or well, shut up! Shut up! Don't worry about this. Don't think about it. Nope. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't. Just don't. Just don't think about it. Like this red one. I grabbed that over here. God damn it. There we go. And then, oh, much down. I do like this color more. I say as I look at it, and then I don't like it as much. Oh my god. Wait, I should have done it inverted. Yeah, I like that more. Oh, what's the matter? Did you have a nightmare? Oh, baby, it's okay. Your mama's here, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, baby. Oh, my cat was napping in my office. She had a little nightmare. My cat had a little nightmare. Poor baby. Oh, kitty, yeah. She like woke up like meowing like what the fuck? So, I mean she woke up from a nightmare. Yeah, it's okay, baby. Oh, now she's asleep. What do you think they dream about? I don't know. I think they dream about anything that we can dream about, you know? Like if we dream about maybe she was dreaming about not being able to terrorize the house. I could very much see that being what she dreams about. But I don't know. Could be anything. And I hope that whatever it is, it's most of the times happy. 'Cause she deserves good dreams. I love my cat a lot. This is a little bit dark. Oops. Oops. Oh. I guess you can see that, huh? I think it's a little too dark, no? into the ocean. Oh man. I feel like I drew this part a little too wide out. I think about dreams is how you rarely question things being weird, even if it doesn't make sense. Honestly, that's like the opposite for me. Every time something gets weird in a dream, I kind of question it. I think it's a lot of the times because I'm like semi-sentient in a lot of my dreams that I'm just kind of like, what the fuck is going on? Nobody knows. I gotta make him shiny. I gotta make him shiny. Shiny. There you go. I have vivid dreams, but I have very vivid dreams, never normal, but I remember like every detail, even smells, sometimes feelings. That's fair. That makes sense. Some people have super vivid dreams, some people don't. Can't remember conversations all too well, though. That's fair. For a lot of people, it just kind of depends on, like, life. Life and stress. How stressed you are can affect that a lot. Knows nobody knows. Dancing in the rain. I think I'll just do that, yeah. But yeah, my dreams are really vivid, and I'm half sentient in them. But it's kind of like a video game where I feel like my unconscious brain kind of gives me the plot, and I kind of just gotta do the plot. Unless I really don't like the plot, then I can, or not really the plot, but if I really don't like the choices that I made, I can kind of like redo the dream. But then like it's slowly, if I do that, like I have the consequence of like I'll wake up soon. Like when I'm in a dream and I'm like, oh, I could change my choice there. I'm like, oh, that means I'm about to wake up. And I'm like, poop. Stress. Maybe that's why I can't remember all the details. I'm stressed, believe it or not. Yeah, a lot of the times if you're not having like if you're like losing what you're dreaming about and you often do, it's because you're stressed. I've had to lose, but I only try for them. Fair. Yeah, same. It just kind of happens. I don't think I have lucid dreams. I'm just somewhat sentient in them. Chocolate bonbons. Wait, they're like swirly. I kind of want to do like a little like a pink maybe, like a pink little drizzle on his head. So he kind of looks like he's got like chocolatey stuff on him. Boop. Wait, no, I want this in the front. I just don't want it on top. Oh. I just don't want it on top of his little ahoge. Shit, okay. I'm gonna do it like that, then I have to. You know, if you're aware you are dreaming and you can feel yourself waking, you can spin around and that helps you stay in the dream. Like, spin around, like, in the dream? Wait. I don't know what layer I'm working with. Oh. I feel like this part might be a little too low for it. It is a little bit. So that means I will go here to this layer. And I will go like this. I will take this. I will go like this. like this, and then I'm gonna fill that bitch in. Yeah, do a sin like you're making yourself dirty in your dream. If you realize you're dreaming and you get too excited that you... Oh, okay, interesting. I will try this upon the night, if I remember. And I will let you know how it goes. Give the bean cool hair. It's supposed to be like chocolate drizzle. I don't think it worked though. I don't know. Maybe I could like add a design in the thing. Oh wait. Wait. What is this? Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, it looks good. Cool. Me try to go bed, but I lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Sleep well. Wait, no, I want that to be like stark. There you go. He's a little bonbon now. It's a little bonbon BLT. Sleep well and relaxing dreams. That's sweet. So sweet of you. Okay, now this is a little bonbon BLT. Which my brain is thinking, and I don't like this color, I think. I don't like that color either. I think that's fine. And then... do bonbons have anything else on them other than this? Oh, I was gonna give him the little tag. Kiss tag. Okay. Copy image. I need this blue. Hello, hello, do you lonely? Worry, it's just the chemicals. This one, this one, this one, this one. Oh, I don't know if I can do this. It's kind of small. Oh, this is kind of small. Hold on. Wait, I think I have to do this. Oh, no. Free. Oh, shit. Should I spell free wrong? Yeah. Wait, no, I want to fit the whole thing. Elaine can fit most of it. I think I can fit it. It isn't the... Wait, no, I made that too wide. I have to make it shorter. I gotta fit everything. Oops. Free. Nope. Okay. Oh, I can fit it. Yeah, it looks a little bit like ass, but we did it. Hee hee. Okay, it's gotta like right there, I think. There you go. And now we can export it. Okay. Choose file. Blind box set 5. This is bonbon. Did you know chocolate chip was invented when Ruth Wakefield chopped up chocolate bar to... Really? I mean, that makes sense. I thought they would have been made more separately, though, actually. But that's cool. I didn't know that. New group. Bonbon. Save. And everyone was like, wow, chocolate chip cookies are awesome. You could sell those little chocolate bits. That's crazy. I feel like the person that invented chocolate bars would be like, what the fuck? Then what's so young? Grab kiss tags, rolls kiss tag. I did those. And then he's Cupid, which means I might have to change his cape. Alright, new group. I'll keep going until it's dinner time. NYE. New group. Wardrobe. Save. Shift N. Okay. That was a little cape. Where's his little cape? I do kind of want to duplicate these two. I want to make it like, oh shit. Persevores, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Sorry that took me a second to read. My brain is very dead, but welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, wait, what the fuck? What layer is this? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, I'm right. I'm right. Oh, Elaine just did a little ooped. Elaine's just a little ooped. Okay. Gotta look up Cupid now. Cupid. It's like, okay, wait. I don't like these colors. New. Ooh, is this AI? Oh, fuck off, man. What? Wait, what? Oh. Well, it might be a little ooped. Cape R. And then cape L. And then this one, and then unlock, and then turn this guy back on. And we're gonna take this guy, and then we're gonna take that. Huh? Oh. There you go. And then a little bit darker. Oop, a little bit darker. And then much darker for the cape. Oh, now he looks like a little superhero. That wasn't the plan. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to grab Sino's wings. Where is Sino? Gear, custom bean, custom, this one. Where is Sino? Oop. This one. There we go. And then, uh-oh. The other name, really? Isn't that like a bad word in Spanish? I'll make it same color as him. Like an average chair look kind of scary in comparison. No, that's so fair. I mean, I don't think they're meant to be pretty, you know? Like, in reality, I feel like angels and cherubs aren't actually meant to be that pretty. They're like supposed to be pretty scary. Actually, I want to make this like a cream color. It's not a dark enough cream color. Yeah, then we can do a lighter cream color. Lighter cream color? There you go. That's a different word. What, cherub? Did I say cherub wrong? Cherub? Oops. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Valid. I think. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wait, so Cupid has like. They've got like a little sash that covers their no-no square, so we need one of those. I want to keep this. On God, I want to keep that, so I might. Maybe. I don't know. I painted and sculpted a lot in the Renaissance art. That makes sense. That makes sense, I mean. Wait, I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Wait, I feel like it's gotta go like. Hold on. They have like diapers. Give him a diaper? Could give him like a magical diaper. A little high-waisted there, aren't we? Oh my god. Okay, there. And then here. And then it'd have to go like all the way up here to cover your butt. I just want to make this a little bit more interesting. Make it lighter and then go like that. Is that how I'm gonna make this? How to make a pound cake? Cherubs in the Bible are like a bunch of wheels all clipped together, covered in eyes with hands and wings. Wow. I love how eldritch it fucking, or Lovecraftian fucking the Bible is a lot of the times. Like, if you were actually to, like, sit down and look at it, you know? It's actually quite Lovecraftian. I don't know how to do this part. Because I want it to look like the little, like, diaper thing, but I don't know. Maybe this one should be in front? Like... Be not afraid! Exactly. Exactly. Alright, now I gotta make an arrow. I'll make it like a pink. Just so I can see. Ooh. And then, wait, This one is the one where I want to put the arrows. I'm putting the arrows in his like little diaper. Boop, boop. I don't think you can really see those. Put that up there. Oops. Boop. I think that's this one. Oh. There you go. I don't actually know if I like the way this sits. Like, I kind of want it. Oops. Merge down. There we go. Hold on. Maybe I should have done it differently. Like here, maybe is where I could put the arrows. Give me this. Oh my god, I can't. No. Give me some more. Damn, who's a sexy bitch? Do 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 do. There you go. I feel like those look like arrows. Biblically accurate beads. These are biblically accurate beads. Maybe I should put. Maybe I shouldn't put it like that. Maybe I should instead do it. I think I should have done it like this. Oh, I could not draw that symmetrically. Oh, yeah. That looks like horrendous, actually. Hold on, wait. Okay, shot himself with the arrow. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He would do that, to be honest. There we go. It's a bit better. I want to make it a little bit shorter, though, I think. Yeah. I don't know where to give him these arrows. I want to give him arrows. I just don't know where to, like, put him. I wanted to put them in his diaper, but I just feel like it looks kind of weird. God is cute. Under his arm. Where would I put the... Yeah, I guess. Oh, I just thought of something. Hold on. Wait. Okay, and then... Oh, wait, I already did this one, so that's okay, it's okay. Doesn't matter. Serious. I like the other kisses I made a lot more. Hold on. BLT. Where's his mistletoe wardrobe? Chocolate kiss. This is the layer I want. Yeah, see, look at how good these fucking kisses look. Reduce, reuse, recycle, chat. Except I want the red to be brighter. So it'll look nicer. There you go. Whoop. Actually, I'm gonna keep that heart over there. But I have a different idea. Delete layer. I kind of like the idea of him getting shot in the butt by one and then kind of just being in love. I think that's kind of funny. Hold on, I don't think I want this. I think I kind of want this to be a little bit higher, maybe? Do I want it on top? I think I might want it on top. Like that. And then, like, let me hide. You go out here and you can hide. You go in here and then Shift N. Actually, you know what? No, I want to do the other idea. I like the other idea better. Delete. He's in love because he got so many kisses. Duplicate layer. Make it a negative width. Maybe I don't like this because it's so big. Like compared to him. Like Cupid's wings aren't this big, I feel like. Especially because he's baby. What the fuck? Oh, I'm on the wrong one here. It's this one. Nope. It's this one. There you go. Okay, someone is deciding to... I don't know what they're deciding to do, but it's loud as fuck and it's pissing me off. It sounds like a fucking... I don't know, like a fucking leaf blower or something? I don't know. Thank you for your paps. There you go, that works. Wait. I get a little bit lower. Maybe don't need this one then? Get lower. At 1040? Yep, apparently at 10 fucking 40, they're like, you know what, it would be a great time to turn on a fucking loud ass fucking leaf blower ass sound thing. Okay, this one. Choose file. Set 5. What was this one? It's Cupid. Cupid. That made my head hurt. Okay. I said that's what made my head hurt and not like just the exhaustion of streaming or anything. Okay. Cupid. Okay. I'm going to get off for the night. And I will work on the other things a bit later. But I love you guys very much and thank you for hanging out with me today. We are going to go raid somebody who I don't know yet. Who I do not know yet. Oh, Oripup. Oripup's playing the new Cult of the Lamb. And they have a new model. Oh my god, because they have a Valentine's Day model. Ooh, cute. Okay. We're going to go raid them. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It means a lot to me. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did. Because then they know where you're coming from. Other than that, have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with me. Mwah! Good night, and I will see you tomorrow.